Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Alright guys, sorry about that. What's going on, Nico? You're on a little early for me tonight. I don't normally see you right at the start. Thanks for the hydrate, Nico. Appreciate it. No, I don't live on a farm. I don't have that many animals, but yes. We got the foster puppy, we got the other puppy, we got the 2 cats, you know. And then I was basically just making my food because I got up at like 10. Was chatting with the wife while I was making rice. I put it in the Instant Pot or whatever. So now I got my tacos. And I let the puppy out, you know, go potty. Let him run around for 20-30 minutes while I was getting ready for stream. And I was just putting him back in. And then he decided to lick my hand. It's really gross, so I had to wash my hands. That's it. Just took me a little bit longer than I normally would. But yes, I was making food, I was dealing with the puppy and stuff. Now the puppy's upset because I put him back in his cage. He don't want to be in his cage right now. He was doing good until I let him out to go potty. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, normally I don't see it until like later in the stream. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, pretty simple day, you know. Like I said, did a bunch of errands with the wife this morning, and then hey, mom, didn't go to bed till almost 3 o'clock. Woke up about right around 10, and I was just hanging out with her for an hour. Give me a second, guys. Might be a pain for a little while. What up, champ? Yo, champ. Camp. Sorry. I'm on a borderline. Might play more Guild Wars 2 coming up soon here. I don't know about soon. Soon's a relative word, but in the future. The reason why is a buddy of mine just got into it, and I might play a little with him. Yeah, talk about Edge. And Edge, Camp is the guy that helped me so much when I first started playing the game. Yeah, I was updating my game, Camp. Yeah. That rock guard thought it was for me. I mean, anybody else I want to play. I just know Edge just got it. Edge has been liking it. And you know, like Guild Wars 2, I just didn't know what to do. Right? I was bored. I would literally log in, do some jump puzzles, and that was it. Like, in some world bosses. I was bored. Like, I know there's raids, which I wasn't ready for. I know there's, like, progressional dungeons I never got into. And the professions just... I think what killed it for me was the professions just felt bad. Since the professions didn't feel good, I wasn't really enjoying it. Because I'm a profession guy through and through. That just didn't feel good to me. Not having, like, solid professions to, like, work on. What? Sorry, I was checking on the puppy. What? Sure. Yeah, so Nico, Guild Wars, are you talking about Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2? Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, wasn't that confusing. It was just when I got past my goal of complete, like 100% completing like exploration and questing in all the zones, because there's like a map completion. And it's not every zone, it's the core zones. Once I got that done, I didn't know what more to do, right? I didn't know where to go from there because I was just bored. I didn't really know what else there was to do. I mean, I knew there was things to do, but the things that there was to do, I didn't really want to do. But it was a really good game. Like the combat system was pretty solid. The grouping dynamic system was really solid. The dungeons and raids, they didn't look too terrible. The world bosses were kind of cool. I did like the idea of mount hunting. Mount hunting was pretty cool. They had like weird things like jump puzzles around the world, which was pretty cool as well. Dash Mortars too. Nice. Oh, I didn't watch the Calpheon Ball. I don't really watch the BDO updates and stuff. Camp. I just play the game how I play the game and just have fun with it when I'm in it. Usually I play it for like a couple months and then I take a break for like 6 months and I play it for a couple months. And I go back and forth with that game. Yeah, so okay, when I was playing Guild Wars 2, when you first met me, like forever and a day ago, right? Um, I was I wasn't so much into achievement hunting and game completion back then. I was still like kind of immature in a way where all I wanted to do is find something entertaining to do that was similar to WoW. Because remember, I was just quitting WoW. I was just getting into new games, trying to find a new game to play, and I was trying to replace WoW basically. Remember, and I was hoping that Guild Wars would do it. And then when I found out about the crafting and stuff and the professions, it kind of ruined it for me, and I just kind of quit to go to another game. And as the games progressed from game to game to game, I eventually kind of gave up on that feeling and went towards, well, let's just enjoy what we're playing while we're playing it and like explore the games to its fullest by doing achievement hunting. And I kind of segued into that unintentionally. So I think Guild Wars 2 wouldn't be a bad readjustment or reintroduction. Going into it with the idea of let's do some achievement hunting, explore the game more. Give me a second. I need to go make my bed. I'll be right back again. Hold on. All right, sorry. I had to go make my bed. The wife was going to sleep, but I forgot to make my bed. And this puppy is being a bad boy tonight. Yeah, the unhappy puppy. He's just crying and whelping and yelling in his cage. He has not been like this for the last couple days. I don't know. All right. So yeah, Nico, it's basically they don't server lock you like most games do, which is really cool. So you just make a character on NA, and it's kind of instance based. I don't know exactly how to explain it. It's not so much like you pick a channel, but like when you zone into an area, there's like multiple layers of it. So depending on if one's full and one's, you know, they make like dynamically makes other ones, so there's layers. But like certain areas don't just get completely over full of people. Um, but everybody's just on the same server basically, and they're just in different layers, so that you don't have to worry about like not being able to play with your friends and stuff. So that's really cool. So, like I said, I don't think there's much about Guild Wars that's bad, right? The only thing that I would say that sucks about them is their crafting. Their crafting can suck it. Sorry, I was trying to read this and I kept getting distracted. This has been announced for like 6 months. Like, why is that a thing in the game now? I'm trying to finish my tea. I'm trying to eat my dinner. But between like letting the dogs out, dealing with the crying puppy, making the bed, talking to the wife, and you guys, and trying to drink, like I'm just barely making any progress in the food. Oh man. All right. Yeah. Yeah, they go like I said, there's just a lot of cool things about Guild Wars too. Like the zones are dynamic, right? So as you level up, the zones that you're in also level up. So the zones typically match the level of whatever level you are. So a level 1 zone when you're level 1, as you level to level 5, would be a level 5 zone. Yeah, I mean, try Guild Wars 2. Like I said, Guild Wars 2 is free. Base game is free. So there's no reason not to try it. And if you like it, you can buy the expansions. One at a time, you know? Well, depends on when you got it. But I think the base game is free. And then you have to buy the expansions. Like, I'm pretty sure her. Yeah. So Guild Wars 2 is free to play for the base game, but expansions are bought separately, $20 to $25 each, with bundles offering, to save a little bit of money, blah, blah, blah. Until tomorrow. Interesting. All right. So yesterday we were trying to find a clam, and we were getting our ass kicked because it says any salt water. I tried to pull up the New World interactive map to see where the fishing spots were, and for some reason it just crashed my PC yesterday. So we had a short stream, well, shorter stream than normal because of it. Yeah, I was gonna say, Camp. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of that stuff goes on sale pretty often. So, Camp, are you still playing BDO? Well, let's Google New World baby Clam. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. So yeah, it's just like these things, right? So this one is, I think that's the one I was at yesterday. Was that a different one? So that's a different one. Huh. This one next to it? These don't look like saltwater. They look like freshwater, do they not? Huh. Hold on. I didn't know there was one there. I didn't know there was one here. I knew there was this one. Oh, let's go try that one out. Yeah, Nico. So if you haven't logged into your account in forever, and it's been a long time, whatever, I would assume over the years, because obviously security was pretty bad back in the day, someone might have got into your account at some point to try and like steal your stuff or whatever, and you probably didn't have anything, so they probably just either kept your account, tried to sell it to somebody else, kind of thing. But yeah, like Camp said, put in a ticket, whatever, blah blah blah. See if you can, maybe get it back. I mean, worst case scenario, if you, like I said, the base game's free. I feel like not that big a deal. Yeah, but think about it. It's been over 10 years, right? Like, even something as simple as like a brute force could get in. Oh, there is one here. Interesting. Oh, kind of annoying that it's empty. Maybe someone just came through here. Let's go check out this. Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing you can do. Just message support and be like, hey, bought this game back in like 2016, 2015, ages ago. And I wanted to come back and play it, and I'm trying to log into my account, but it's saying it's blocked. Can you, I mean, I know they'll probably ask you a bunch of questions and, try and get some information from you so they can verify, you are who you are and, take it from there. Further than I thought. We need to get this clam, but I also want to get the fishing XP, so we won't speed run those for clams. I mean, if I had max fishing, I'd speed run it, but You know, situations like this where I kind of wish I was a lefty because I want to eat my food, but I can't eat with my left hand, and I'm using my mouse in the right hand to do fishing. Oh, Edge, I'm assuming you're just lurking. How's PoE coming along? Yo, what up, Skills? Oh, I forgot to post it in chat in Discord, guys. But I was talking with Topher and stream yesterday. I think we're gonna do our community night on Monday and Tuesday. Not next week, but the week after. So it's like the 29th and the 30th or something like that. And I think we're going to play Fantasy Online 2. Because, it's a new MMORPG, kind of retro looking. Topher got it for us. I want to try it, but I want to try it on stream as like a first impressions kind of thing and see how we like it. But I want to play it with you guys, anybody that wants to join us, because it's like a $10 game or something like that. Ugh. So any of you are welcome to join us on that day and come play with us. Even if it's not community night, you're still welcome to come play with us when we do play it. But yeah, so we're going to play that Monday and Tuesday and just kind of give the game a shot. If any of you guys want to come and hang out and do that on 29th, 30th, feel free. But I will put that in the Discord so everybody's aware of what the plan is for that night. I wouldn't even call it so much a community night because, like I said, it's MMORPG. There's nothing stopping you guys from joining and playing with me regardless. But that was the goal. Is like it was gonna be community night, at the end of the month. And I wanted to play a game with you guys, but it's just that was the game that I decided I wanted to play to, separate the division of like New World kind of stuff. I don't want to like stop my New World progression, but I do want to give the game a shot because it looks cool. Is Topher hanging out? I think Topher is hanging out. I think so. I think you made comments earlier. Kind of curious. Topher, is playing Fantasy Online 2 viable as an Ironman, or does it just not make sense? Whatever that was, it almost instantly broke my fucking line. What is that? Is it an anchor? Jesus. Oh my god. Almost went blind for a second there. That's a big fucking anchor. Bro, that fucking flashing needs to stop. Oh, also, Camp, to answer your question from originally, the reason I'm still playing this game, even though quote unquote it's a dead game, is for the sheer fact that do you stop playing a game that you're having fun playing simply because it no longer has updates and the player base has like disappeared? Right, like let's say Guild Wars 2 for example. If Guild Wars 2 came out and said, "Hey, we're no longer giving you any more expansions. We're no longer giving you any more content. We're in maintenance mode now." And let's say 90% of the population left. If you were still enjoying logging in and doing game content and doing achievements and maybe doing dungeons with random people or friends or whatever, would you stop playing the game? Right? If you still had goals to complete in the game and you were still having a good time, would you quit playing it? Same thing can be said for games like Minesweeper, Tetris, Tic-Tac-Toe, Solitaire, like all these like games that literally have no meaning in life other than passing time and enjoyment. Like you could say the same thing for anybody that plays those games. Why are you playing this game? What's the point of playing this game? Why don't you play something a little bit more, now? Something that has more people, something that's more, whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can have the same argument with almost any game. You go and look at Steam lists, right? And just look at the Steam charts. If you look at most of these games that are under 10,000 player cap, under 5,000 players, but there's still like 5,000 people playing it. Like, are we gonna go around to all these people and be like, why are you playing a game that only has 5,000 players? Why are you playing a game that has less than 2,000 players? Why are you playing a game that has like a couple hundred people playing it? Like, what's the point of playing these games? Like same thing can be said for like private servers for like older games like Ragnarok Online and you know Silk Road and whatever else these like super old school generic, you know, very minimalistic games have to offer. Like there's very few people in the community that still play the games. Like Tibia, Terraria, these random games that just their player base has completely fallen off the place like the face of the earth, and yet there's still people that play it. So that's what I don't understand is like why are people harping so hard on me playing New World when there's so many other people playing games that have been in maintenance mode for 20 years that people are still playing. Like why aren't we going to those people and be like, hey, why are you playing this dead ass game? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have anything against people coming and asking me, but I have the same answer every time. What's the difference? Right? I have no idea, Nico. I don't think I've ever had to talk to support, but sometimes I know in some companies they can take up to 24 hours, 48 hours for an answer. Like you might get an automated response relatively quick, but actual response from somebody with like a brain, not a computer for a brain, uh, might take a couple days sometimes, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nico. It like at the end of the day, I feel like the only thing that matters is if you are asked a question, are you having fun? And your answer is yes. You're not doing anything wrong. Right? Well, let me rephrase that. Obviously, there's some caveats to that. But when it comes to a video game, if you're playing a video game and someone comes into your chat or someone like in real life asks you, "Hey, are you having fun playing that game?" and you can honestly say yes to that question, then there's nothing wrong with you playing that game. Now, if you turn that around and you're not talking about video games, there are some things in life that if you're doing and you're having fun doing it, that's a bad thing. But, we won't go there. But that's why I wanted to make the caveat for video games, playing them specifically. If you can honestly say you're having fun playing that game, it doesn't matter. And like I said, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That's why so many people left New World. They're like, "Oh, you're not going to give us updates anymore? Well, fuck you. We're out, right?" Like the game already has a lot of problems that you've never addressed. It's already janky as fuck. We've just been dealing with it, hoping you'd fix it, and now you're just cutting your losses and leaving us. Like fuck you. We're just gonna go play another game. That's how 90% of the player base reacted to the. Oh, that was almost broke the line there. That's how almost everybody in the community, reacted to the news, right? And rightfully so. It makes sense. I agree with them to a point. And most of those players had 10,000 plus hours, and the only thing they were doing on a daily basis is PvPing and doing wars and that kind of stuff. They weren't doing anything in particular. They've already done everything they've wanted to do in the game. They're just maintaining the game's economy and stuff, and uh, player base by just doing the standard content, right? That's what most of those players were doing. Like most of the core players were doing on a daily basis. Like I said, they're running mutations, they're running raids every week, they're doing PvP and wars, things like that for towns. That's all they were doing, and they were having fun doing it. And then you come in right after a freaking expansion release and tell us, hey, this is it. Have fun. Sucks to suck. Like you literally killed your game, and I mean it was intentional. I know it was. But at the same time, it's just like you could have waited a couple months, let people organically lose interest in the game. But it drove everybody off to the other games. It drove people off to Final Fantasy, it drove people off to Guild Wars 2, drove more people back to WoW. Some people over to RuneScape. It just drove people to all the other games that already existed that they weren't playing because they were playing this, which is fine. What it is. I don't really care one way or the other. They didn't have any enjoyment in the game going forward, so it makes sense to switch games. Now, I will say there are some people that would still have fun playing the game if there was still people to play against and with. That ended up quitting because the lack of players, the lack of stuff to do and enjoyment on a daily basis like they're used to. There is a lot of people that left because of that reason. But I would say maybe 50% of them left because of the announcement, and then the other 50% that left were due to the first 50% that left. It was a domino effect. But the other games got a boom of players, now everybody's trying the other games out or going back to them and retrying them just to see if, where their niche is going to be. And I would say some of the people that left are content creators, and content creators that survive off of making content need to jump ship early, right? They don't want to be on a sinking ship until it sinks, because it takes a while to build your community around certain content. It takes a while to get your content up and running properly and get into the flow of things and finding that game that works for you and your community. So they needed to jump ship right away, which is, like I said, part of the first 50% that left. They were like, shit, if the game's gonna die and I'm gonna lose my source of content, I need to find a new content ASAP. So they instantly jumped ship to go and find another game. Now, if this game, instead of saying that they were going to close the doors, simply stated, hey, we're no longer going to give us updates, but we're going to keep the servers up and, active for, as long as people are playing it, we're just going into maintenance mode, I think a lot of content creators probably would have stayed, because the game would still be available in the long run and they would still be able to make content with it and do stuff. And there would have been a problem. But knowing that eventually they will shut the door is why the content creators left. And then I keep getting messages on my YouTube being like, why are you playing a dead game? Why don't you go play a real game like Guild Wars 2 or something? I'm like, why switch games when I'm having fun? What it boils down to. Like, I've had so many things that I've wanted to eventually complete in this game that I never have. Like, I have the best opportunity to complete some of the things I've always wanted to complete now. Because I don't have to compete with people for resources. I don't have to, deal with a bunch of bullshit of, like, getting, trolled and shit like that in a lot of situations, so. And that's where I'm at, Camp, too, is it's not that, like, let's say if you're a new player, right? Obviously, you can't buy the game anymore. They've taken it down so you can't buy it. But let's say you had just, like, you've owned the game for a while, right? And you never really gave it a full chance. like this is a perfect opportunity to play it because it's kind of that FOMO thing. Like if you never got a real chance to play the game because you never took the time to play it because you're playing other things, I mean, maybe you want to play it now before it goes away, so you could have at least feel the experience of the game before it goes away, right? There's that FOMO feeling of knowing it's leaving that kind of drives a little bit more ambition towards completing the game before it goes away, right? So there is a little bit of that, but I think the reason they took it off the shelf is because they don't want people like the sellers, Steam and stuff like that. They don't want people to spend $20-$30 on this game knowing it's going to be deleted, right? So they took it down so you can't buy it. But if you already owned it, then it's perfectly fine to play it. So it wouldn't be worth someone buying the game to play it for a short period of time. But if you already have it, obviously, because you would needed to have had it, if you hadn't put a lot of time into it, or you hadn't played it in a long time, is it worth putting a little bit of time into it just to experience all the new content and just to get it out of your system before it goes poof, right? There's games in my life, old games, that I tried, made to like level 10, and I quit. And I always regretted it because I never got to experience the game. You know, that FOMO of like, I never got to the end game, I never got to level my character up, I never got to see what the zones had to offer, right? And to this day, there's certain games that popped in my mind every once in a while. Like, man, the game looked fun, but I never got to play it. And it makes me want to eventually try those games, but I'd have to play on a private server, and I refuse to do that. But yeah, Camp, that's me answering your question. Obviously, in long form is, short version. I'm just having fun, and I've always wanted to make a start to finish Ironman series in this game. I've done a bunch of Ironmans in the past, but I've never actually saved off all the VODs in a playlist to actually make a start to finish, like, hey, this is where I started, this is where I ended after X amount of, blah, 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 right? The progression of, like, pushing the character through on its own. I've always wanted to do that with this game. I wanted to do it with all my games, and now I have the ability to since I save my VODs off automatically. So it makes it a lot easier to be able to do Iron Man playthrough series. So that's one thing I've always wanted to do. I wanted to make an Iron Man playthrough series of this character, but I've also, since the release of this game 4 years ago, my original goal was to make a max gear score bag. To this day, I've never been able to do it. And the reason why is because in order to make a max gear score bag, which I don't think I'm going to be able to complete, I need to get 3. Actually, I might be able to do it nowadays, much easier, but before you needed to get 3 max tier armoring trophies, which is ridiculous to obtain. And you needed to get a full armoring set with armoring food and possibly the armoring buff from the city. So the city had to have an armoring buff running at the same time while you were eating your food buff, while you had the armor on, and while you had all 3 of the trophies in your houses. It was a lot, and the grind for the trophies was damn near impossible. So I never was able to obtain a max gear score bag over the years. Oh, now, I think we're going to shoot for it still. I think that is our end result. Level up all my professions, try and get all of my trophies, and try to make a max gear score bag. I don't care about having max gear score items and best in slot gear. My main in-game result is I want to make a max gear score bag for the first time ever and just call it a day. Now, that's not saying that I won't try to use other methods of getting a max gear score bag crafted, because I know at least before this expansion there was a way to craft best in slot gear guaranteed by buying this recipe item from the faction vendor and then combining it with a bunch of like max daily craft high tier resources, and it basically made you a max gear score item. I don't know if that worked for bags, but I know it worked for like armors and weapons. So once we get to max gear, max profession levels, we'll look into seeing like what kind of crafts we can do to see how we can go about trying to get a max gear score bag. We might end up having to just craft a bunch of bags to get the RNG chance of hitting a max gear score bag, because the thing is the trophies don't actually give you, like, you don't need the trophies to hit a max gear score. Like that's the end result is you don't need the trophies technically. And what the trophies does what it will do, I don't know how to word that, is it increases the minimum gear score of what you can craft as a gear score, right? So let's say your current craft is, 690 to 700, for example. I mean, technically you want 790 to 800 or whatever for armors and weapons, but let's just say it's 690 to 700 gear score is what you can craft. If you have the trophies, it brings that minimum of 690 to 695. So it shortens the range at which the gear score can roll, increasing your odds exponentially of hitting a max gear score. So you have to craft less of it, basically. But without them, yes, you have a bigger range, you have to craft more of them, but you can still hit the max gear score. So I think that's what we're going to end up running into, is we're probably going to have to just craft a bunch of bags and just pray we hit a max gear score bag. I think that's where we're going to end up being at some point, but it's what it is. Like I said, that's kind of my goal. I would like to make, if we can, I'd like to make 3 max gear score bags. And I think that's kind of like okay, I have finally completed everything I want to complete in this game. Other than I want to try and do all the achievements in the game that are non-PvP related. Right, I don't want to do the wars. I don't want to, like, I don't really, I mean, maybe we'll do some OPR ones, but I'm not going to do 3v3 arenas. I'm not going to do any of the capture the flag ones or open world PvP stuff. I'm not going to do any of that stuff. I'm not going to do, I mean, I might do some of the PvP faction missions. There's not a lot of players in the game. I might flag PvP and try and do some. But there are certain achievements in this game that there's no way in hell I'll ever obtain. And one of them being max territory reputation in all territories. I don't think it's possible for me to obtain that, because the amount of quests and grinding I would have to do to hit level 300 reputation in all like 15 zones would take way too long, and I don't think it's worth my time, if I'm being honest. Let's see if, oh yeah, he's fishing in. I just need a clam, bro. Why is there a level 17 here? But anyway, yeah, Camp, I asked earlier, you might have been in an ad. Are you still playing BDO? They made a comment about the Calpheon ball. I'm curious if you're still playing BDO. Alright, can somebody Google for me the flickering of the water to know what setting I need to change to make that shit stop happening? It makes me sick. It literally drives me insane, and it like makes my vertigo go fucking wild. I get huge motion sickness when that starts flickering. Alright. I'll try the dynamic resolution in VSync. But DirectX I'm not changing because that's the only way my game runs smoothly. And then I'm not gonna update my drivers because it's been doing it for years. Verifying the integrity of the game I don't think is gonna really matter. I mean it could, but I've always had this water issue. It's yeah, because like all my stuff is low or off. Alright, so let's turn that off. Let's see if that helps. That shit's frustrating. Thank you, Nico, for doing that for me. I'm 95% sure I caught a clam back when I got this quest. I just don't know what happened to it. I wonder if it's in my storage somewhere. I just never salvaged it. Yeah, I don't want to subject you guys to too much more fishing. I want to get this quest done. That's one reason why I'm fishing so much. Alright, we might switch over to human farm for a little while. And do fishing in between human farm. It's over by saltwater anyway. Okay, bro, seriously? Fish. Yo, what up, mate? What's going on, my friend? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, you're an ad. Damn. Oh. I did change the setting. We'll be able to see if it helped when I'm over here. So I'm switching from fishing right now to human farm. And okay, it looks like it's still flickering at distance. See that flicker? But I think that's a lighting difference, like a lighting flicker. You see how it does it? I think it's a lighting flicker. You saw how it was like flickering with like the light changes? But I think that might be the cause of it. The only thing I was able to change, because VSync's already off, and I changed the dynamic resolution issue. I don't know. I'm hoping that fixes it, but as you can tell while I was running, yeah, see it's still flickering every once in a while, but it looks like it's a lighting flicker. It doesn't look like it's like a resolution problem or a graphic problem. Bro. Bro. Why was there two guys blocking the damn doorway? That was dumb. I dodged the first guy so I could get in. I had to dodge the guy from behind me. And then another guy came walking into the front door, like blocking it. The thing, I need to get through that door. So the door is the problem. Um, there's always a guy like at the door. You have to like pull him off to the side, dodge past him to get past the guys that are inside. It's not that hard. It's just I got a little unlucky. But mate, I think you're out of the ad now. We're doing pretty good. Like I said, I got like 7 hours of sleep. Uh, woke up at like 10ish because the cat was annoying me. And just jumping on, getting the grind on, having a fine day. Nothing crazy. Yeah, that's saying it's a water flickering problem, but it looks like a rendering thing. Like you said, it looks like a graphic rendering or a lighting rendering problem. Bro, for the love of God, leave me alone. I like how these guys are just sitting up there, not helping anybody. Like, that's the second time I've died trying to get through that door. I've never had this much problems getting through that door. Well, now this guy can run through with me. I'm glad that guy's dead, because he didn't help me. Oh, you're back from the ad finally? Oh, I was just saying that, appreciate you coming by and everything. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Got a decent amount of sleep, feeling pretty good. Woke up at like 10 because of the cat. Just getting our grind on. Everything's going pretty well. Seriously? Look, he just was able to run right past that mob. Like, why? I always get body blocked by this mob. Ooh. Ooh, holy shit, that came out of nowhere. Sorry. Going up, baby. Oh. This group is turning out to be an absolute shit show. It's like everybody's fucking AFK. Like, what the fuck's going on? This guy threw a heal and went AFK. He's got down twice. This guy's here but not fighting. The other guy ran in just full on to try and fight. Another guy jumped down to help. They both got downed and killed. What is going on? This is the worst group I've actually encountered. You're literally fighting underneath me. How do you expect me to help you? Like, bro, this group's gonna fall apart real quick. Oh, thank you, mate. The area I'm in is Evan scale, but it's not an Evan scale only issue. It happens other places. Now I haven't, ever since I changed the scaling thing, I haven't seen it happen anywhere else. It doesn't mean it's not fixed everywhere else. It could just be an Evan scale only problem, but I don't know if it is or isn't. Now we are gonna make a swap to our luck gear really quick. Yeah, because we got a little luck here, little luck here, little luck here, little luck here. Equip this. Switch this over. Check, it access only 16, so we're good there. Alright. So we'll be on luck gear, so we're gonna do less damage, less survivability, but we'll have better odds of loot, so hopefully we can get what we need. But yeah, right now we're in Evan scale. Reach. Over at Atalus's Foundry. Do some fishing while we wait for the bosses. Problem is, this boss takes like almost 10 minutes to respawn. So we'll just fish while we wait since we need a clam anyway. How's everybody doing? What's everybody been up to? Flickering. The flickering is a lot better, Nico. It's just not completely gone. Anarchy Online? I don't think I've heard of that one. Now it's just dead. Just work, yeah. Those be that way sometimes. 2006 peak back then. Now it's just dead. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, man. Games, they thrive in the very beginning. They get a huge flood of people usually. They're like hype of people like trying out the game to see if they like it. Most people don't find something that interests them in a game, and they just quit. Like very few games have the traction WoW has, because WoW has so much versatility of like things to do in the game that it hooks a lot of people between, you know, mount hunting, achievement hunting, you know, dungeons and raids, and, you know, leaderboard climbing, or some sort of like competition when it comes to PvE and PvP. Like there's a lot of open world stuff to do. Like there's just a ton to do in WoW, you know, between pets and cosmetics and, you know, transmogs, and it's just there's a lot to do. And a lot of games, they try to add as much as they can, but they always fall short somewhere, right? They always lack in some way, shape, or form. And like either they go too heavy in PvP and not enough PvE, or vice versa, or they have good PvP and good PvE, but they don't have any professions, or they don't have like a good achievement system, or they don't have a good cosmetic system, or like something. You know what I mean? Like Fashionscape really is a thing. What up? What up, Light? What's going on? Yeah, I mean, once game's going to maintenance mode, if it's lacking, then the player base heavily dies. And this is what we were talking about earlier too, Nico. Is like there's a lot of older games that have been in maintenance mode for a very long time that have a very small niche community that still play it. And you don't see people complaining to those people like, why are you playing a dead game? Because here's the thing. At the end of the day, why are you going into that person's stream or interact? Like, in order for you to interact with that person, you have to be looking for that content. Right? You might be able to just randomly stumble upon it by accident, right? It could just randomly pop up for you. But in the grand scheme of things, why are people coming, like, clicking on my New World videos just to send me a message saying, why are you playing a dead game? Right? Like, that'd be like you logging into Ragnarok Online's, you know, official server that has like 200 people playing it and being like, why are you guys playing a dead game? Well, why are you even in this game? The thing is, like, most of these people don't complain about people playing games because they don't even know that people are playing them. They're not even on their radar. They don't even think about it. They're not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a thing that they're going to look for. Like, why are people going out of their way to ask people why they're playing New World. It just doesn't make any sense. It's actually kind of weird. Wait, what do you mean, Camp? You do what? Sorry. Exactly, too. But some of that, too, Nico, is some games, like, live through the test of time. You know, games like RuneScape, right? Super old game. Super nostalgic, playing the old school style. And it's super popular still. $132 in-game days. That's crazy. Mm. And that's the thing too. Like that's what that's kind of like what I'm saying. Is like I have people coming into me sending me comments saying, "Why are you playing a dead game? Go play a real game like Guild Wars 2 or Final Fantasy or WoW or something." And my response is always the same. Why stop playing a game that I'm having fun playing? It's that simple. Right? Kind of like you said, there are games that people would say, "Oh, that's a dead game," but you go and look, and they have a community. They have a couple thousand players that typically play those games. It's a very small community of 1,000 players, maybe less, but they do have like a kind of like a tight knit small community of these games. You know, Ragnarok Online, Silk Road Online. You know, these like old style games that you would think don't exist anymore, but they do. There's another viewer I have, Thor. He plays a game. I cannot remember the name of it. Ultima Online, I think. It might be Ultima Online. I don't know. But he plays this one game that has a very, very niche, tiny community of like a couple hundred people, maybe. Super, super old school. But it's very pay to win as well. And these people are still swiping their credit card to this day, playing that game regularly. Because the way the game works is they have kind of like a seasonal server that pops up. And all the community members join the new servers and start over on like these ladder things, and they swipe their credit card to race to first place again. And it's weird. I don't understand the thought process behind that. Like, why would you play a game to race to first place every time a new server comes up? On an MMORPG, it just seems awkward.
Would you like a cup of water?
And that's the thing too, mate.
Right
Thank you
now.
for the hydrate as well. That's the thing too. It's like kind of like what Light said. It's like it's only dead when you kind of, you know what I mean? Like when you stop playing it is when it's dead, right? Doesn't matter how many people are playing it. If you're no longer playing it, it's dead to you. And the only other caveat to that is when the servers shut off and you can no longer log into it, then it's officially dead, right? At that point, it's officially dead, and up until that point, it's just dead to that person, right? This game was dead to 90% of the player base the second they announced that announcement that they weren't going to give them updates anymore. It's not a dead game. It's just people wrote it off and didn't want to play it anymore because they had no reason to. You want to see a dead game. Look at the player base of this game. And tell me I'm playing a dead game. You tell me I'm playing a dead game. Why don't you go talk to these people, if you can find them, How about you go tell them they're playing a dead game? Really? When you play, bro, Lotro's so good, and it's not a dead game, bro. They still put out updates, expansions. They're still fixing the game and adding to it. And I'm with you on that too. Like, why are you playing Lotro? Well, why don't you play Lotro? Right? Because like the thing I look at is like the people that are complaining about me playing a game, right, are the same people that play the mainstream World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, maybe Guild Wars 2, ESO, you know, top fours, right? Maybe even RuneScape. They play like the top four, top five MMOs in the genre. And they're like, oh, why are you playing this bad game? It has no players. Go play a real game. And I'm like, just because there's more people playing your game that you like playing doesn't mean that my game is bad. Like, that's what I don't like. These people think that um their preference is God, right? Like when they find something they like, they can't fathom other people not liking what they like, right? They can't fathom somebody finding enjoyment in something that they're not enjoying. You know, does that make sense? Like they try and push their ideas and preferences onto other people. Most are just AFK. That's funny, Nico. Wait, what's a solid answer, Nico? Sorry. Yeah, and that's the thing, Camp. Is that Guild Wars 2, I would still say is in the top five, but I don't think it was for a while there because it was so overshadowed by the other ones. Like I feel like it was behind New World until New World made the announcement, and now with everybody leaving New World, I think a lot of the New World players actually switched to Guild Wars because of the PvP Guild Wars has to offer. Because you got to imagine, most of New World's players are PvP players, and they wanted a good PvP game. And I think that's why a lot of them, like Arrow and stuff like that, went over to Guild Wars 2 specifically to do PvP. Oh, your response to your friend got you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why don't you play the game? It's so funny. Yeah, I think it's a 100% probably one of the best like rebuttals. Like, why don't you play it? Like, and that's the thing. You can't even say Lotro's a dead game. Like I said, if you look at some of these other games, even if there's 300 people playing Lotro, it's not a dead game. I would consider a dead game a game that doesn't get updated, right? That doesn't have staff maintaining it, right? That is what I would consider a dead game. Something you can't log into or doesn't have staff like monitoring it, right? As long as there's still staff monitoring it and there's still servers to log into, it's not a dead game. Even if there's one person enjoying playing that game, it's still alive. It's crazy, man. But yeah, Cam, I would agree. Guild Wars 2 felt like its player base and its popularity was a lot less than most of the other MMORPGs in its genre. Um, but I think it's beginning to gain traction with the loss of like New World and people getting bored of like World of Warcraft and stuff. I think people are now giving other games a shot. Like a lot of WoW players are transitioning to RuneScape, Guild Wars, Final Fantasy, and stuff like that. And same thing, Final Fantasy players are starting to branch out and to give WoW, Guild Wars, and like those. I would say those 5 games, the player bases are kind of meshing and trying each other's games out at this point because they're getting bored of their main games because they've been playing it for so long that they're trying the other versions basically. I think it's kind of becoming a top 5 like melding pot of games where if most people that play WoW also have or are playing Final Fantasy / Guild Wars, you know, RuneScape, stuff like that. Like I feel like they just kind of rotate through these games at this point because there's just not enough content in the games to keep people only on one game. Now, back in the day, that wasn't a thing, right? Back in the day, it was one game to rule them all. Interesting. Topher, are you in chat? I saw your message in Discord. I'm not sure if you're actually here or not. All these fire staffs. I just don't really feel like dealing with gear. So we're just going to just salvage everything because I don't feel like I really don't just feel like dealing with it. It's not worth my time. Yeah, exactly. So just like Diablo players, right? Diablo, Path of Exiles, PoE 2, I want to say Lost Ark for some apparent reason, but Last Epoch, all of them. They all kind of rotate through depending on like league launches and stuff like that. Kind of the same, yeah, kind of the same exact thing. I would say the one genre that doesn't do that is strategy. Like normally, if you're like an Age of Empires player, you just play Age of Empires. If you're like a Total War fan, you just play Total War. Or if you're like a Stronghold Kingdoms fan or StarCraft fan, like you just stick to those games. You don't typically rotate because there's no reason to rotate. They're basically the same game. You have to relearn the entire new game, but it's the same thing. You just play against different people. Right? You have different graphics. So there's no point in like swapping games. You just unless you want like a different player base to play against. I don't know. Oh, thing better not bite me. I think we're gonna check water setting really quick. Where does contrast video? Okay, effects, object, extra details, water details. Let's see if we upgrade this and see if that makes it feel any better. Because we have this random, like, It's like a light generation problem on the water. It makes it flicker. That was my pet. That's funny. But yeah, but like MOBA players, they transition from MOBA to MOBA sometimes. Not as frequently as the other games, but yeah, I think ARPG players are the most frequently intertwined genre, followed by MMORPGs. Because each one of those games is so different and so diverse between each other, and they have like different content that gets released at different stages, that it's always like something fresh and new when you're rotating the games. FPS games, not so much. You know, strategy games, not so much. MOBAs can be a little bit, depending on like when characters get released. Ugh. Anyway. Need a damn clam. Oh my god. Ugh. Honestly, I can't wait to not be doing combat in this game. The one thing I despise about this game the most is the combat. They just never fixed it, man. The hitboxes are so wonky for ranged players, and with all the knockdowns and the staggers and the like NPC movement where they dip their head, they turn to the side, it like throws off the hitboxes so much that ranged players miss like 80% of their shots, it feels like. Like melee doesn't have any problem because they have auto locks, right? They have somewhat like semi-targeting built into their skills and attacks. And yeah, you have to deal with getting hit more, you have to deal with dodging more and like avoiding taking damage because you're point blank. But like it's so much easier just to land hits. You don't lose out so much DPS regularly because you just miss a shot. And with how long it takes you to pull like a shot off, like think about it. Like when I'm spamming with my hatchet, I'm just like whack, 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 whack. When I'm shooting with a bow, I'm like arrow, arrow. Right? It's so slow, and to miss one of those shots, it's such a huge DPS loss. To miss a shot or an ability because somebody used like a sweep attack to pin a mob to the ground right as I go to shoot, and I lose out on all that DPS is so annoying. Or when a mob goes to do like a power shot and they jump backwards randomly, or they jump into the air, or they do some random like they bend their head down when you're going for like a headshot or a neck shot or a chest shot. They literally lean forward to like reload their shotgun or something. It's like, oh, I just missed a big 10k hit because this guy just randomly decided to turn sideways or randomly decided to jump. Or it's just, the combat in this game drives me insane. And that's one thing I do like about tab target games, because 90% of tab target games have like this skill is auto lock, right? You shoot a bow, it hits. If you cast a spell, it hits. It's not skill-based shots. And skill-based shots aren't a big deal in some games. It just depends on how it's done. It's like they made this game an FPS into a MOBA. At that point, like, it just doesn't feel good. It's like Destiny and First Ascendant and stuff like that, but worse. Because in Destiny and First Ascendant, you don't lose tons of DPS for missing one shot. You use a little bit, right? But you shoot so many bullets so fast in such a rapid fire succession that missing one shot isn't that big a deal, right? Even if you're shooting a sniper rifle, it's like shoot, 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 shoot. I mean, there are some charged ones that have like slower reload speeds and stuff, and it is more detrimental when you miss one of those shots. But at the end of the day, like, a game like this needs to have some forgiveness in its hitbox for ranged, or it just feels bad. Not for PvP specifically, but PvE specifically. PvP, the hitboxes need to be more pinpoint, but for PvE, where people are doing stuns, knockbacks, knockdowns, repositionings, fucking the mobs are like kind of all over the place with massive hitboxes, but yet somehow the hitbox doesn't allow you to do damage in certain spots, and like there's just so much random shit. Now, one game that did it very well, where there is skill-based shots, quote unquote, but it hits almost even if you don't hit, is BDO. Because BDO, almost every single attack in BDO, yes, it's directional, yes, it's somewhat aimed, but they have such an area of effect and a cone effect on them that you almost can't miss as long as you're pointing in the right direction. So like the archer, it does have like a snipe shot. It shoots in a straight line in front of him. But as long as the mob is in front of you, it doesn't matter where in front of you you're aiming. Right? That's what I'm getting at. If I'm aiming at the target, it shouldn't matter if I'm aiming like a couple inches above him, or if I miss his ear by a millimeter or something. It's like if I'm aiming this way, it should hit the target. Right? I don't know. And I do agree that there needs to be some skill involved with using ranged, but I don't know, that's one of the things in their game, in this game specifically, that they never, oh, that's awful, that they never, I felt like they never got correct. Their combat style just never felt good. It felt very just clunky and unpolished and just unrewarding almost. Just did not feel very good. 600 mastery? Wait, what's that come from again? I don't remember the mastery thing. The max was 3. Is that the progressional gear for dungeons, mate? Camp, sorry. Oh, okay. And how do you get that again? Yeah, because I remember, like, it's been a very long time since I've played it. So there's a lot of the the minor details of the game that I don't remember. I remember there was the dungeon with progressional gear. I remember there was raids. I remember there was mount hunting and stuff like that, and world bosses. And then there was the zone completions, but I don't remember much of the rest of it. Like a achievement system and stuff like that. I don't remember most of that. And is it basically just completing achievements? Like game achievements? Is that what the mastery is? It's just like an achievement percentage, more or less? Yeah. Just trying to make sure I'm understanding it, you know? Because that's something, Camp, that I can get behind. Because it gives me like a linear path and a goal. Like I can look at an achievement and be like, all right, let's go do this achievement. Boom, right? And I can go work on it. And that's the thing that I've been missing in that game is a direction, right? It's such a sandboxy kind of style of game where every zone levels with you. You could do anything you want in any zone, but there's no real direction of like what to do once you're at max level. Like there's just you can do anything you want, right? You can do seasonal content, you can do world bosses, you can do jump puzzles, you can do PvP, you could do dungeon progression. You know, there's a lot you can do. There's just I didn't have any particular goal. Because remember, when I first started playing, my only goal was to zone completion, to get that reward for completing all the zones, right? And I did that with two characters because the first character I didn't like, so I completed it. I was like, all right, yeah, I didn't really like this character. So I tried another character. I liked the character. Once I found a character I liked, I was gonna stick with it and play it, but I had no direction. I completed my objective and I had no other goals. But I think achievement hunting could be worth it. Okay, so is it kind of like Lotro then, Camp, where you have achievements, but you also have deeds, and deeds are like zone-based, like mini achievements that give you Lord of the Ring points for completing them. Kind of like a similar system to that, where there's actual like true achievements for the game, but then there's like deed achievements. So it's like instead of calling deeds, they're called masteries. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I didn't know about the mastery system, I don't think. I think that's something I never got in. I mean, you might have mentioned it to me, but I don't think I truly understood what you meant. That seems pretty cool. That seems like something I would be willing to dive into, is to do mastery completion. Because if it gives account buffs and benefits, I think it's worth putting effort into it. Even if I don't enjoy the game, like it gives me something to do that also progresses the overall account. That could give me a reason to play the game. And I'm assuming the masteries kind of make you explore the entire game for doing specific things around the entire game. So it's not something as simple as, hey, just run this dungeon 500 times, right? Like, I mean, yes, there's probably dungeon ones. There's probably certain things to do inside certain places, certain collections and things like that. But it allows you to explore, top to bottom, front to back, left to right of the game. It doesn't just hard focus on like one aspect, right? It's not like, oh, I'm just doing crafting the whole time. It's not like, oh, I'm just doing jump puzzles the whole time. You're doing a little bit of everything, so you get to explore everything and experience everything. And that's something I'm okay with. If I have a linear path that forces me to experience everything the game has to offer so I can experience the whole game and understand what I like and dislike about the game, that is a great thing for a game to have. Because then it gives new players a kind of progressional roadmap of exploring the full game with some sort of structure, but a very loose structure. But it's also rewarding at the same time. It gives them a reason to want to do it, not just to do it, right? Yeah, but at the same time, you could just go for 100% completion as well, right, Camp? Like if you really wanted to. Like you'll just have extra mastery points at the end of it, but you could do all masteries if you really wanted to. And I'm assuming since you were saying that you get more mastery unlocks or whatever per expansion, that the masteries are kind of zone oriented or region oriented, where it's like, hey, for the new expansion with the new mastery stuff, they want you to do stuff in this area, right? Oh, okay, okay. So you could complete all of them and have extra points, but the number next to your name only goes up for the points you've spent. So you could have stockpiled points as well that no one you can't really tell if by just by looking at someone, I guess. This is what I'm talking about. That guy just got knocked down. I missed my auto attack, which is like a 3-second wind up, 2-second wind up, and I missed my ability. Yeah, because there's two problems with the wind up of the bow, right? Is I try to hold the bow attack till it shines, but then once it goes to shining, I have to time it and kind of determine, is the boss about to move? Is he gonna get knocked down? I have to like kind of judge off on the fly. Do I shoot it where he's standing, or do I aim lower, or do I try and like predict his movement? Like, and then so it delays my shot by even an extra second because I have to think of where I'm gonna shoot him. So it just like, at least with the musket, I don't have to wait for it to charge. I just have to wait for the shot to reload, and then I still have to think, where am I gonna shoot this? That's the biggest problem with ranged. With melee, you don't have to think about that. You just bam, 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 bam. You just keep attacking, because it has such a big arc, a big swing. It has lunges built into it. Has somewhat auto tracking slash targeting. Oh, did we get our clam? Bro, I think we just got our clam finally. Holy hell. If we got our clam, we don't have to keep fishing. I'm gonna keep fishing because I want to. Obviously, I want to fill in the time between bosses. Yes, but I want to also max out our fishing level. All right, so we have to salvage one of these, and we have to salvage this. All right, so quest is finally done. Like I said, I want to max out our fishing. We're at like 80 something fishing out of 250. I don't really care if we go into prestiges, but definitely uh I definitely just want to at least max it out. Oh, some from some tricky raid events. So, camp. When it comes to raiding in that game, I'm assuming you can only do one raid a week, or that you can only do each raid once a week, right? But is there like a looking for group system for it? Do they actually take randoms into these places? Like, or do you have to join a guild that does raids to like actually be a part of some raids and stuff like that? Especially if you're going for like achievements and stuff. Because that's something I will never do. Like, I'm not gonna join a guild in a game. There's nothing wrong with joining guilds. I have no problems against guilds. It's just I don't like joining guilds because of how flaky I am on games, how I change my games so regularly, and I'll be gone for so long if I come back to it at all. That joining a game or joining a guild just to do content for like a week or two and then just like disappearing on them. I'm just gonna get kicked. It's whatever, but maybe I can get a little bit of content in at the time. Just kind of feels scummy my part, right? Like I'm like using them. But at the same time, a lot of guilds have requirements. Some of them are very lax, but some of them have like pretty strict requirements. Hey, you have to show up to this raid at this time on this day. You have to show up to this event at this day at this time. You have to have this many hours in game. You have to do this many activities. Like, I don't like being forced into some sort of thing like that, right? Some sort of routine. Especially with my bi-weekly schedule, a lot of these requirements I can't meet because if they want me to play on a Saturday to do something and I have to work, I can't make it. That's simple. So that's why if I was to try and do raids and stuff, I would have to do pickup groups. Try and find like a guild or like randoms that were running these raids to try and put something together to try and get it done. And if I can't reliably do that, like you can kind of do in World of Warcraft, then those kind of masteries would be out of reach for me. Oh, so when you say dailies, is it like a daily quest? Like you can go pick up some quests from like certain NPCs to go and kill the boss for like a daily quest for completion reward and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, exactly, Nico. Like when I used to play BDO on stream, which was brief because I didn't want to get trolled. People are very trolly when you stream those games. Like they'll show up and just kill you randomly just for shits and giggles. Um, I was part of a guild called Piracy, and they were a pretty big life skilling guild. They still are one of the best life skilling guilds in the game. Um, they had some regulations on streamers because not all of their uh player base and the members were streamers, but there was a bunch of big life skiller streamers in that guild. You know, currently the one of the best life skillers in NA is in that guild. Anyway, they had some rules before one of the before the leader got replaced that if you were streaming the game, you were required to uh hide your channel, hide your guild chat, and a couple other things. So you weren't allowed to show guild chat. You weren't allowed to show what server you were on doing, things and stuff like that. And obviously, you didn't want to show the server you were on anyway because you didn't want people to find you and just camp you and kill you. But the guild thing was an interesting one where they didn't want people showing guild chat and things that like was going on with the guild. They wanted people to have their privacy, I guess, or some shit. I don't know. I thought that was an interesting one. I mean, see, that kind of regulation, rule, or stipulation doesn't bother me because it doesn't change the way I play the game, what days I can play, what times I can play, blah blah blah. There's no limitations for me. It just don't show the guild chat. I just put a little image over it. It's fine. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Give me a second. Oh. Okay, we're back. 240 bill. Let's go, man. Let's see what I'm at really quick. Oh, wrong. We are 247. Not too bad. We can put a couple more points in really quick. So what I was actually trying to do is I was trying to actually level up this. So I stop losing so much when I don't find a rope, because that's what's actually cucking me. Is I'm pushing down in the depths, but I'm not finding a rope. So I had a 4 million or a 6 million haul yesterday, but I couldn't find a rope for like 8 floors in a row, and I ended up, you know, taxing out, and I'm like, fuck. So it kind of cucked me on my biggest haul, getting to 37, and then that's happened to me in a couple other ones as well. So I need to level up the chances of finding a rope, and I need to level up the taxes one, so if I don't hit a rope, I don't get cucked so hard. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool, Camp. So it's just, yeah. So it's just okay. It's just a part of the game then, where it's like a daily reward for complete. Okay, that's kind of cool. I don't hate that, because then you're not forced to go to like a specific NPC every day to pick up a quest, to go to a certain guy. Now I will say, one thing from RuneScape that I wish more games would pick up was, I don't know if you're familiar with RuneScape, but it's the Reaper assignment, which basically just says, hey, I want you to go kill this boss X amount of times for your Reaper assignment. And Reaper assignments in that game basically just give you Reaper points, and you use the Reaper points to buy stuff from the Reaper shop, right? I wish more games would incorporate that. Yeah, I really like that, Nico, because it almost forces you to engage in different boss content that you normally wouldn't, but for a reason, right? Other than just running it to run it, you're doing it because it's an assignment to get a reward, to be able to buy stuff from his shop, and I like that. Same thing with Slayer assignments. Slayer assignments the same way. Hey, I want you to go kill this mob X amount of times to get your Slayer reward, and then you use the Slayer points to buy stuff from the Slayer shop. I love that as well. I wish more games would pick that up. So they are easy to do through looking for group. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Camp, because my buddy Edge, me and him played New World together. He's a pretty good MMO player. I feel like I can be a decent MMO player with tab target games, not so much with these types of games where I have to aim. But like WoW, I was pretty solid at, you know. I got really good at playing WoW after a while, but I just got bored of it. So games like Guild Wars 2 is kind of in the same boat, like tab targeting, combat style, and stuff like that. I feel like I could be decent at it. But like I said, if it's like me and him as a duo partner, and then like maybe you jumped in as well every once in a while to help us out with a raid, like if you're saying that like a couple people could party up and then carry through like certain raids and dungeons and stuff, like I feel like that's not a bad thing. Then I could probably grind out some achievements and stuff. Maybe we need a few more people over time to do some of the harder achievements and masteries, but I feel like if there's a solid 3-man, maybe we can get a lot of it done. Yo, Topher's finally back. What's up? No, it's fine. I've been trying to talk to you for a while. Is it on Steam, Nico? Like, I don't want to sound like some weird elitist or something, but I pretty much don't play very many games unless I have the launcher for it, and or if it's on Steam or not. Basically, if I don't have the launcher already, that means I probably don't trust the game launcher or the game company, and I probably won't play the game. right? Like, I don't play games on Origin anymore because that program pissed me off beyond belief with how many times that shit broke or wouldn't launch or had to be reinstalled or just caused computer problems. Like, the Origin launcher was awful. No, that's fine, Tover. I saw your message in Discord and I was trying to reply to you about it. And I was asking a question earlier about something and you weren't here. I was like, huh, maybe you took off for a bit. I don't know. It's not a big deal. Getting your ass chewed out, no! But hopefully that didn't end up too bad. Steve? So my question is, can I play it through Steam? Or do I have to have their launcher? Like, does the Steam use their launcher to launch kind of thing? Like, is it kind of like MapleStory in that way? Yeah, Tover. So those are the three things that I want to start leveling, Tover. I want to level up the taxes one just in case I don't find a rope and I don't get cucked on losing my amber. I want to level up the one that gives more amber when I do take the rope, and I want to get the one that increases my chances of finding a rope. Those are the three that I want to level up while I'm also leveling up my thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to do the taxes one first. I feel like, honestly, in my opinion, Nico, from my experience, the deeper you go on the furthest cave, right? I feel like that's where you're going to get the most amber. Because the deeper you go, the more amber you get. But the further cave you go into, like the higher tier cave you go into, also gives more. From what I've experienced. It does install their launcher. I'll have to look at it then. Nico, are you in my Discord? If you are, can you put it in general chat, the game name, so I can remember to look at it when I have a free minute? If you wouldn't mind. Which one's Deep Pockets, Tover? Oh, yeah, I was asking about FO2, Tover. Or I was talking about FO2, that we're going to be playing that on 29th and 30th or whatever. Just as a intro to it, kind of a first impressions, kind of test a couple days to see how we like it. I was talking about that earlier as well. I don't know which caves those are off the top of my head, Nico, but I'm not opposed to retro graphics, Nico. The thing I struggle with is UI. If the UI is clanky, junky, unoptimized, kind of hard to navigate, and like the movement and stuff like that just feels bad, or the group dynamic like system isn't really there, where grouping with people just feels bad, like they don't have like a good grouping system, aka like the healers and like the tanks and like those types of things don't really play much of a role, or just they don't really feel very well, or you know what I mean, like there's not a very good dynamic with the grouping system. That those are the types of things that really ruin it for me. And then obviously if there's no professions, then I kind of just fall off a game real quick. Unless I have like a direction to follow. Yeah, it's really old Topher. We've been talking about old games recently. Yeah, but so here's what I'm saying, Nico, is I tried Ragnarok Online, right? It's a cool game, but I won't play it for the sheer fact that the UI refuses to let me scroll out. Like, I feel like I have to play this close to my character, and all I can see is like 2 feet to the right, 2 feet to the left, right? So the fact that I can't scroll out to see a little bit further out is a problem, right? I don't mind the click to move. I don't mind, the stationary combat style where you're just like sitting there auto attacking while you're hitting your ability. I don't mind any of that. I mind the UI being uncustomizable and it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just clunky and it just doesn't feel well. It's more of a feeling thing than it is anything else. So obviously the feeling is subjective. Some people might really like the way the game feels and I might not. It's just I won't know until I try it. But once again, I won't know until I see it or try it, basically. You got news over? Oh yeah, I was replying to your message in Discord earlier. I'll have to reread it and re-ask the question. Yeah, Ragnarok Online. Ugh. Oh yeah, I saw you leveled that up. That was crazy. Yeah, I don't. So there is another problem I have too. Is some games don't allow you to change key bindings. What's it called again? You said Anarchy. I've seen this name before. Anarchy Online, right? I've seen this name before. I think I just don't think I've ever played it. Yeah, 2001. I mean, that's kind of crazy. She's got guns in her hand, but is it just me or does this give Star Wars vibes? Does this give Star Wars vibes, dude? No, I haven't, Kaz. Interesting. I mean, it's sci-fi, yes, but when I first saw it, my first thought was, you know, the first Star Wars I ever saw where you meet Luke for the first time. Or what, not Luke. Is it Luke? I think it's Luke for the first time. He's on that, he's on that planet with his grandparents or whatever, you know, with the little huts and all that, like that stuff. That's what popped into my head, man. Yeah, Tatooine or whatever. And Uncle, yeah, I couldn't remember their grandpa or not or whatever. Yeah, that's literally what it looks like, bro. Like when the big machine is like driving through the desert with the little fucking Ewoks walking around it and stuff, like the traders, like literally makes me think of Star Wars. That's, I mean, obviously retro graphics and stuff, but still like higher graphics than what I was expecting. I like the sword looks though. The swords look pretty cool. Obviously blocky, you know, like I said, this is obviously old school graphics. Like we're not gonna talk shit about. I mean, I would say the graphics are a little worse than Lord of the Rings, but I think it's like the generation difference. But I mean, compare this, Nico, to what we're about to play in a couple days. Like this is what we're gonna play in a couple days. Oh, it's Jawas? Oh, okay. I don't, if I'm gonna be honest, Kaz, I'm not much of a Star Wars fan. Like I like Star Wars, but I'm not like I watch it and follow the storyline from start to finish. I just kind of watch it for the combat and like the kind of cool like spaceship races and fights and stuff. Like I just watch it for that kind of stuff. I don't really pay attention to the storyline. Like this is what we're about to play. So you see the graphic difference? This is like Zelda Gold Edition. Right, from the NES. This is what we're going to play. Reminds me of Pokemon Blue and Yellow and Red. Oh, I know you are, Kaz. It's just so funny because like a lot of times people come in here and be like, they start nerding out on like certain like lore and stuff like that on certain movies, shows, games, or whatever, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't care. Where's the combat? Where's the murder? Yes, this is the MMO. Early access exploration, MMO, like MMO, online co-op, cross-platform. It's $10 on Steam. This is what we're gonna play on the 29th and the 30th. Looks cool. Get to craft your own gear, get to run around and level up, and you know, all sorts of stuff. See what I mean? Every time this guy shoots, he steps back. And when he steps back, when he's up against the wall, you can't hit him with the bow. You hit the actual wall. So I have to time my shot when he's not about to shoot. Until after he shoots. Or since they're staggering him, now I have to like readjust. Now he's on the ground. Bro. Bro. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. It was your long message. Oh, your power bank. I was curious on which one you bought because you said it wouldn't charge anything unless the power bank itself was plugged in, and that the button to see how much charge it had was not working as well. When you say it wasn't working, were you saying that like none of the lights were showing up? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so graphically speaking, Nico, it looks obviously like it looks like any MMORPG with ASDW movement. But like graphically speaking, I feel like this graphics is a little less than Lord of the Rings Online. But I feel like Lord of the Rings came out after this, so that's why. Because like if we compare it to Lord of the Rings graphics, they're similar, but you can clearly see a distinction in like rounded edges, a little bit more rounded edges, a little better like color blending, right? If you compare the two, like they're slightly better, right? Like you can see like these are like more rigid and kind of, you know what I mean? Like, and the colors, they don't, there's not as much palette to it. It's like they're 32-bit or 16-bit more or less is what it feels like in comparison to like a 32-bit color palette. But I do like that, like you were saying, the I do like the customizable UI. Like if you don't have a customizable UI in an MMORPG, you've already shot yourself in the foot. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, Nico, is like it's not that it's bad graphics, it's just old, right? And it hasn't been updated. And that's why I was saying is like it doesn't look bad. Because if you compare it to the retro games that I like that I've been playing, that I do still enjoy playing, like I feel like the graphics of that game are actually better than old school RuneScape's graphics. Because old school RuneScape graphics is just as boxy and blocky and still has the same palette scheme. So I feel like, but the difference is it's ASDW, or you know what I mean. The movement's a little bit different. Okay, let's not get attacked by all these mobs. Hey! Hey! Don't you do it! Don't you? Okay, thank you. Yo, what up, Bone? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I remember, bro. Do you remember original RuneScape? Do you remember the graphics of original Rune? Not, we're not talking about old school RuneScape. We're not talking about RS2. We're talking about RS1, the original RuneScape. Do you remember the graphics of original RuneScape? Oh my god, night and day. You compare original RuneScape to Anarchy, fucking phenomenal difference. Yeah, I'm talking about legit classic. That's what I'm talking about. Like legit classic. Like we're talking classic, bro. Like this is where it was at, bro. Oh, yeah, RS2 was a massive jump, but this was iconic. Yeah, DLS, man. Or sorry, DSL. Sorry, DSL. DLSS? What's that? That won't change my DirectX. Because we've changed the dynamic resolution. VSync is already off. I tried upping the water quality a little bit. I wonder if it's a lighting issue. Maybe we up the lighting quality as well. Everything's on low or off, right? So what it looks like to me is it looks like the lighting difference when you're changing it like this. See how the lighting and the water changes? I feel like that's what's flickering. It flickers because the lighting starts to change depending on the time of day and stuff. And the movement of the sun, it starts to flicker at certain angles. And I think that's the biggest problem. So I'm wondering if changing those settings will fix it, because it's really frustrating. But yeah, so I was curious on your power bank. Because I have a power bank. I bought two of them, one for me, one for the wife, and it's phenomenal. I've never once had a problem with it. Now, obviously, you couldn't have gotten a defective one, right? It could have just been broken off the bat, right? Maybe it doesn't hold a charge. Maybe the button's broken. Maybe the port's bad on it. Who knows? But if you're saying you're pushing the little like pushable button to check its charge and you're not getting any lights popping up, either A, the button's broken, or B, the battery itself isn't holding a charge, so it's dead. Right? One of those two is happening. And the only reason it works while it's plugged in is because it has direct power, right? The power is going directly into it, through it, and into the next device. So it's basically just like an extension cord at that point. What? Bumping at the map. Oh no! Yeah, I mean, at that point, I mean, obviously you just get rid of it. I'm just kind of curious. Because, like I said, I don't know what power bank you got. I don't know how big of one you got, but I feel like for $35 for a power bank, that better be a really big one. I can show you the one I got that I actually like. Hold on, I gotta grab it because I don't remember what it's called. I think it's an off-brand, if I'm not mistaken. But let me pull it up really quick. So I'm gonna try and find the exact one I had, but mine's so old they probably don't have it. But it's the same brand. I feel like this is as close as I'm gonna find. So this is as close as I'm gonna find. This isn't even it, actually. That's a Belkin. That's not even what I have. It's not even what I put in. Let me just pull up an image of one. All right, this is what mine looks like. I have an orange one and a silver one, but it's an easy ACC power bank. Blah blah blah. This is exactly what it looks like. It doesn't have all these ports on it. It has 2 ports, not 4. So it's literally this. But yeah, this is what it is. It's really good. I've never once had a problem with it. But why is that so expensive? I'm actually confused on why that's so expensive. I mean, I do like the digital face on it. I do like the digital face on that one. But I also feel like the one that I had was like $20. But I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, it's like it doesn't really matter that much. As long as it works, you know. What are you getting it for? For your cell phone or something? Yeah, Anchor's a great company. I just bought the one I have because it was a 2-pack for like $20 like 10 years ago. Because we used to do road trips and we needed like a better way to charge our phones while we were on road trips, just in case. And it really helped out a lot because it holds like 4 full phone charges. Yeah, the water's still flashing. Yeah, but Anchor's a really good like power company for power banks. Yeah, the ones I have, Topher, it's just a USB plug that plugs into a USB charger or into a computer to charge it, and then you just use a USB plug to plug it into whatever device you want to plug it into, so it's portable. And it's really small, like the size of my hand. Really? They're just like, hey, can I borrow your phone? Woman, just go buy your own charger. How about you charge your phone before you go to work? You know how many people, I'm not even exaggerating, how many people I've talked to in my life that are like, oh, my phone's almost dead. Oh, my phone's almost dead. Oh man, my phone's almost dead. And I'm just like, bro, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We just got to work. How is your phone almost dead? Like, oh, I forgot to charge it last night. It's like, bitch, that should be rule one. When you go to sleep, you plug your phone in. Rule one, before you go to bed, you plug your phone in. Bro, there is these people, it was a daily thing. I'm talking 28 out of 30 days of the month, their phone was dead by lunch because they never charged it at night. It was ridiculous. And like, if it's me, like obviously this is double-edged sword, but if you have if you can't remember to plug your phone in at night when you lay down, like to an actual cable to plug it in, if you can't manage that simple feat, then just buy yourself one of those wireless chargers where it's like a little pad or something. That way when you put your phone down on your nightstand next to your bed, it just lays on the pad and it charges while it lays there. If you can't manage to plug it in. Like, use your brain cells. Think of like solutions. Don't just complain, oh man, my phone's always dead because I can never remember to plug it in. Okay, well, how do we rectify the situation? Find a way. What the fuck, that was crazy. Find a way to remember to plug your phone in. Set yourself a reminder. Write yourself a sticky note. Fucking find another way to charge it. Like for me, for example, right? I don't charge my phone while I sleep, right? Because I don't really use my phone. But when I'm sitting at my computer streaming, my phone is sitting on a wireless charger the whole time I'm at my computer. So for 12 hours while I'm working my work shift, it sits on my charger. For the 6 to 8 hours I'm at my computer for streams and during the middle of the night, it sits on my charger next to my computer. But anytime I'm out and about, my phone is always charged because it's always sitting on my charger when I'm in my basement. Now, don't get me wrong, constantly charging your phone and keeping it topped off and stuff like that is also bad for the battery. You do want it to die every once in a while because fully draining the battery and then recharging it can be helpful, or at least getting it almost to dead. Can also increase its longevity. At least older style batteries were like that. Newer styles aren't as necessary to do that, but can help still. But well, also Topher, think about it. If you're such a phone fanatic that you are on your phone all day long, every day, and you're killing your phone in hours. Problem one, you're on your phone too much. Problem two, your phone battery is probably dog shit and you need to get a new phone. And option three, get a fucking charger that you can like carry with you. Like a small one, either one that you can plug in at work, one you can plug in your car, a versatile one. Get something. Like, come up with a fucking solution. Don't let people solve it for you. Like, be fucking independent. Like, I don't want to get into one of these kind of conversations, but like, you see all these like bullshit ass fucking videos of women complaining about, oh, I don't need a man, I don't need this, I can do anything myself, I'm an independent. And the first time something comes up, oh, why didn't you help me? Why didn't you hold the door for me? Why didn't you pay for dinner? Why didn't you bring a charger for my phone? Like, it's always the man's fault on something that they didn't do, but they want to be independent, they don't need us. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, don't come to me with your problems if you want to be independent. You want to be an independent? Figure it out your fucking self. If you want to rely upon me, that's fine. Don't say you don't need me. I'm not saying every woman's like that. I just know that there are women out there that want to be independent, but then the second you like give them their independence and you stop trying to help them, they complain that you're not fucking helping them. Like, you can't have it both ways. There was this one video. I don't know what. Sorry, it wasn't a video. I was watching 911 the other night. It was a TV show that I like watching, and it was this two couples. They were walking. They're married. And obviously this is scripted in some way, shape, or form. But it was funny because she's complaining to the husband while they're walking, and they're walking to a subway train to go to a marriage counselor. Right. So that kind of sums things up for you. But she's complaining about her boss and blah blah blah, and the husband was listening to her complain, and he said, "Oh, well, why don't you get it in writing next time?" And she kind of snapped on him. She's like, well, what do you think I did? What do you mean? What are you taking his side? Blah, 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 blah. He's like, no, I was just trying to help. It's like, no, you were trying to fix it for me. He's like, so you don't want me to help? Like, no, I just want you to listen to my problems. Blah, blah, blah. He's like, so if you're on fire, you don't want me to help you put out the fire. And then she's like, no, well, I don't know. It's like, how do you not know? You're on fucking fire. Chill out. Like, it just made me laugh because she had to think about it. Because he's like, so if you're on fire, you don't want me to help put you out? You want me to wait for you to ask me to help you put you out before I help you? And she rebutted with like, well, no, well, I mean, yes, I mean, I don't know. It just made me fucking laugh, dude. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, power blocks are pretty simple, man. Oh, you actually have one that plugs directly into a wall. Oh, yeah, interesting. Instead of using like a USB to plug it in. But yeah, that shit made me laugh, man. That shit was so funny. I don't like those because you have to find an actual plug that you can plug it into, right? At least with the USB, it's a little more versatile, right? You have a little bit of cord, you have a little bit of length, right? You could stretch the cable into like a really hard to reach spot to plug the cable into the wall with like an actual power plug. Like you have a lot more options, or you can plug it directly into a PC, or it's a little bit more versatile when you don't have the direct plug. Now, if it has both, it's obviously even better because you have best of both worlds. But Oh, but have you ever gone down the rabbit hole on YouTube of the independent women fails or something like that? Or the videos where it's like independent women get a reality check, or independent women like instantly or find out the hard way that they need a man and stuff like that. Those things are so funny. I don't know if they're scripted or AI or what, but they're so funny. Like I said, I don't really buy into that whole bullshit and like the news on that stuff, but it's still funny to watch the content. Like seeing a woman like they're in an interview like, oh yeah, I could do anything a man can do. I can do any of the jobs that they can do. It's like, oh, do you want to go and work construction for a day? And half of them are like, hell no, I won't work construction. It's like, but you want to do everything a man does, and you don't need a man. So if we don't need men, who's going to do the construction? Well, not me. And then some of them are like, oh yeah, I can do construction. And then they bring him to a construction site and they hand him a sledgehammer. They're like, all right, I need you to break up this concrete slab. It's just like watching him try and swing a sledgehammer is so funny. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of women out there that could fucking really swing a sledgehammer. Like, they put men to shame. Obviously, it's just difference, right? Experience, training, blah, blah, blah. But it's just, bro, it's so funny watching some of this stuff. And like seeing like obviously like these ones are kind of like cherry picked, but like you see the guy on the street asking the women the question. It's like, what would you rather do? Would you rather clean sewers for $100,000 a year, or would you rather have a high profile job that you make no money? And like 80% of the people in the video, obviously, like I said, it's cherry picked, so who knows what the actual like correlation is, but like in the video, like they show like 90% of them saying that they'd pick a high paying job, and then there's the very random rare 1% that's like, oh yeah, I'd make $100,000 cleaning toilets, or you know, or sewers or whatever. And the other girl's like, ew, I won't clean those sewers. Like, I'd rather have a high profile job and make no money. It's like, but you want equality in pay, but yet you would rather not make the same money because of the work required for it, right? It's just so funny. And like I said, a lot of this stuff is cherry picked. So I mean, who's to know what the truth is, right? But it's just comical. At the end of the day, it's not factual. It's not real. It's like I said, it's all cherry picked and bullshit and like polished in a way to prove a point in one direction versus the other instead of being unbiased. But God, is it hilarious sometimes. Like there's like the stupid like shorts where a girl's like, it's like her own video and she's like, you know, I said I didn't need a man to hang my TV, but I need a man. And you see the TV, it's like it's like falling off the wall. There's like holes everywhere. The fucking mount on the wall is all jacked up, and she just looks at herself in the camera. She looks at the wall. She looks at the camera and says, "I need a man." It just makes me laugh. It's just so funny. Because, bro, like, a lot of men can't hang a TV. It's a simple fact, bro. A lot of people in the world, man or woman, cannot hang a TV on a wall. A lot of them can't even use a fucking power tool. Okay? Oh, it's not a man or woman thing. It's an experience thing. Have you learned to use the tools? Have you learned to hang a TV? Like, it has nothing to do with gender in any way, shape, or form. I just find it funny. The way that they polish these videos to, like, point in one direction or the other. It's so funny. What's a stud finder? I don't know. It goes off every time I walk into Home Depot, though. Sorry. I had to. Yeah, that's the thing, Cam. It's like, if you could follow a YouTube video, it's not that hard. But at the same time, there are people that have never touched a power tool in their life. So when it comes to, like, they watch a video on how to operate the power tool, but they're not experienced enough to be able to hold it, right? So they you know what I mean? They just don't know what to expect. They don't know what to experience. They don't know what's good or bad. It's just, I've grown up at least watching people use power tools, so I know what to expect. I know what they look like, sound like, how they feel, how they act, you know, how to use it, just from personal experience of watching it. And then obviously I grew up using them as well after watching for so much. So me using power tools is fine. I can make it work, and if I don't know how to do it, I can watch a video and learn how to do it. It's not hard. But some of these people are so sheltered and so like living under a rock, they don't even know what a screwdriver is sometimes. So like these people, like even if they were to Google how do I hang a TV, like, oh well, you just need this, you need this, and they'd be like, well, what is this? Well, what is that? I have to go buy this. I have to go buy that. And then, you know, them trying to hold a screw gun is just like, oh, it's so heavy. I can't do this. And is this right? It's just, it's like watching someone try and change a tire for the first time. That they've, like someone that's never changed a tire in their entire life, never used a jack. It's just like watching those people try and do that. Right? It's just fun. Absolutely hilarious. But at the same time, too, like there's two different types of people. There's people that can just watch a YouTube video and like see it done and kind of mirror it and mimic it without too many issues. And there's some people that are so sheltered that they see something done and they're just completely at a loss. Right? They try and do it and they're just like, I don't even know how to explain it other than like they use the prissy hands. I don't know if that makes sense. But it's like they're like trying not to touch it while trying to touch it at the same time. Like, ew, icky, right? That icky hand motion that they do. Like, how do I do this? Oh god, ew, ick, gross. It's so heavy. Like, you know what I mean? I've seen dudes do this and it cracks me up. Like they don't even want to touch the screw gun. They don't, you know what I mean? It's, oh man, I don't even know how to say it, man. I've seen some funny shit. Because when I was in the military, I was in charge of maintenance on the Humvees. So I'd crawl around underneath the Humvees, look for like oil leaks, gas leaks, fluid leaks. You know, I'd, you know, try and figure out where they're leaking from and like see where, you know, what needs to be replaced, what I need to go and get from the motor pool and stuff, you know, or at least what to write in the report to bring it to them so they can fix it. You know, I'd change the oil, I'd check the oil, you know, I'd check all the fluids. Yeah, you know, I did all the stuff for the cars. And then they would give me lower ranked people to be my underlings to kind of do the work with me. Because we only had like, I think my department only had like 5 Humvees. We didn't have very many because we didn't need very many. So I only had to check 5 of them once a week. It wasn't hard. It was just like, I would be like, all right, guys, go turn on all the Humvees and, you know, get them all warmed up so we can check them. And they'd go out there and like they didn't even want to like touch the door handles because they're outside and they had dirt on them, you know, and they never got driven very often or anything like that. And like they didn't want to sit in them because they didn't want to get dirty. They didn't want to sit in the dirt or whatever. You know, it wasn't even like it was really dirty. But you know what I'm saying? Like they were just like, I'm clean. My clothes are clean. I don't want to lay on the ground. I don't want to get dirty. And don't get me wrong, I am a bitch when it comes to getting dirty. Like, I'm that kind of guy that I will pick up something, like I'll get dirt on my hands from picking something up or, you know, digging a hole or, you know, picking up a branch or something, right? I'll have dirt on my hands and I'll have to go wash my hands because I do not like dirt on my hands, or I'll wipe them off on my pants or something. I'm like, ew, icky, gross, right? Whenever my hands get dirty. And if there's a bug involved, I'm gone. But like, I will at least be okay with getting gross to get something done, to then be ill gross, let me go clean up. I'll have to look at that in a second, Toby. Is this a video of like something your friend did, or like of your friend specifically, or something he did that you found like a recreation from somebody else? After stream? Oh, okay. Well, All I can say is I don't know what this is, but what the fuck? That's all I gotta say. What's with the face? Yo, Tover, do you remember the Big Mac wrap? Wow, can't even say that. It was from back in the day. It was a couple guys that drove into a McDonald's drive-thru and did like a wrap to order their food. That shit was hilarious. Well, it's a wrap. R-A-P or whatever. Did I say WAP? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, this thing is so funny. I saw Google it. It says, remember the Big Mac rap? All the cool kids knew it by heart. Big Mac. Big Mac. It was so good, man. I like that video. That video was so funny. Oh, did I ever show you guys the Ghetto Whopper video where they pretended to stop selling a Whopper at a Big Mac for an entire day? And did you see the reaction of the people that came through the fucking drive-thru? I think it, once again, scripted bullshit, probably not true, but it was hilarious. I need a double cheeseburger. Hold the lettuce. Don't be frontin', son. No seeds on the bun. You don't remember the the Ghetto Whopper? Bro, look at this. It's called the Ghetto Whopper from 11 years ago. Wait, what? What is this? "17 years ago." So this video right here, Tover. Can you throw? I'm gonna speed this one up. I love the one lady that gets on like grilled or crispy, and he's like, "Man, you just ruined my wrap." Well, yeah, you asked for number 6, but you didn't tell me if you wanted a grilled or crispy. Like, he's like, "All right, I'm gonna throw this down again." I loved that thing, dude. That thing was super cool. Could you imagine working in a McDonald's drive-thru and having someone come in like pulling that off, like for the first time? You know, obviously not like a recreation or like a spin-off or whatever, but like the first time ever seeing it is like, what the fuck? That was crazy. That would have been a funny ass night, you know. Don't be frontin', son. No seeds on the bun. What the fuck you mean you ain't got no Whoppers? Ain't no Burger King. It's Burger Bitch. Bro, it's so good, man. It fucking kills me. That video was so funny. Like, I don't care if it's scripted or not, it's gold. It's 17 years old and it's still funny. What's even better about it, Topher, is if someone tried to do this now, they would be canceled so quickly. They'd be like, "Oh, this is racist. Oh, this is portraying people in a poor light, and you're this, you're that, you're whatever, right? They would just be taken off the internet so fast. But 10-15 years ago, bro, you could get away with this shit, and people understood it was pure for comedy purposes. People weren't trying to make fun of people. People weren't trying to hurt anybody. You know, none of that stuff. It was pure comedy. It was pure entertainment. Burger King foot lettuce? I don't know what that is. Oh, you know what else happens sometimes? Like, I was talking with the wife's mom the other day. It was a while ago, but like, they were talking about how they went to Wendy's one day, and someone said, "Oh, did you get the chili?" And she's like, "Oh no, I didn't get that." I was like, "Oh, you didn't want fingers in your food?" And like, I don't think she caught it at first, but I don't know if you guys remember, but way back in the day, um, there was fingers found in some people's chili. Like somebody that was working at the chili place to pack the chili lost a finger, I guess, and it ended up in the chili. And someone was like eating their chili, and there was just a finger in their chili. So crazy. Oh, we're almost level 100 fishing. Huge. Big Mac. Big Mac. You remember fingers? Yeah, man, it was crazy. You know what else like is nostalgic for me? Like talking about all these older videos, is I remember when I played Counter Strike a lot back in the day. There was two songs I listened to all the time. I don't remember if you guys remember these songs, but one was called Oxycontin, and the other one was called Party Like a Rock Star. Those were some fire ass songs. They might have been some janky ass songs, kind of just really repetitive or whatever. But God, man, they hit really good back in the day. I don't know if they hold up like nowadays very well, but God, I listen to those things on repeat a lot. Don't be frontin', son. No seeds on the bun. Screenshot that. What, he was standing in the bin of lettuce? What the fuck? That's crazy. So there was a Taco Bell where I grew up, mate, that got closed down because, oh my god, this is gonna sound so disgusting. But they found that there was an employee or multiple employees, I don't know, that was working there, that these motherfuckers were pissing inside the meat. You know the meat they put on the tacos? Like, you know, they would pour it out into like a metal container, you know, so they can scoop it onto the food or whatever. And then like, they would piss in it. So like, I don't know, add water back to it or some shit. I don't fucking know the reasoning. But yeah, bro, that's fucking crazy. What the fuck is going through your mind to pee in people's food? That's wild. Like, you should be banned from ever working in any type of food industry going for the rest of your life. I don't care if you're 16 years old and you think it's funny. You should never be allowed in a kitchen ever again. Anything involving food. A grocery store, anything. You should be banned from working anywhere that has edibles anywhere. That's just fucking wild. Do you remember that? That was crazy. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, when you go to a fast food place or a restaurant or even a grocery store, you're expecting, you have trust that those people are not fucking with your food, right? There's like this unwritten trust value associated to this, that you should be able to trust these people are not trying to kill you. You know what I mean? Like, I never saw it. I heard stories about it, and I saw some clips of like people rubbing like buns and stuff on their ass cheeks and stuff. Yeah, as you love to. Exactly. Well, I only heard about it, mate, because my next door neighbor worked at a different Taco Bell, and he heard about it from some of his people he worked with about how this guy. And I'm telling you, Topher, it wasn't an after hours thing. That's the crazy part. Um, but he worked there, and he used to tell me some stupid, like, you know, stupid stuff that they do at work or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. But he told me like they, you know, so the meat that they used to get, this is back when I was in high school, so we're talking like, I don't know, 20 years ago. Um, he's like, it was like he just started working there, and he's like, bro, the food truck came in today to bring all the food in. Bro, you're never gonna believe this. I'm like, what? He's like, do you know what the box on their taco meat says? It's like, I don't know. He's like, guess what grade food that is? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. I don't know what grades when it comes to food is. Like, I don't know what to do with sugar. He said the box that for the meat that it comes in literally said grade E, but edible. Like, he said dog food has a higher grade food content than the meat that you get at Taco Bell. I was like, wow, that's insane. The fact that they have to put in writing but edible on the side of the box is wild. Yeah, I used to work at Panera Tover. Everybody there was high. I remember I came in on one of my days off because I was a dishwasher. So I kept my back room clean. My prep stations were clean. My sinks were clean. I did all the dishes. You know, I kept the freezers clean. And I didn't let people back in my area, right? It was my area. If you were back there, you were back there for a reason. You didn't fuck around, right? Nobody really fucked with me. They just let me do my own thing. But I came in on a day off to check my schedule because my buddy wasn't working for me to call and ask. I was in the neighborhood. I stopped in. I walked into the back. Bro, the prep tables were completely covered in weed. They had all the scales out. and they had baggies everywhere, and it's like they just had weed sprawled everywhere, and they were weighing all this weed like they were trying to baggie it up to sell it or some shit. I walked out and saw that. I walked right by it, checked my schedule, turned around and walked out, and everybody was looking at me like, "Gonna say anything? Are we gonna get in trouble? Like, what's going on?" Like, and like a week later, like no one said anything. People just, they were just like walking on eggshells around me. They weren't really talking to me. And finally, one guy's like, "Hey man, are we cool?" I'm like, "Why wouldn't we be?" He's like, "Well, I mean, you came back in the back room the other day, and you know you saw a bunch of stuff." I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." It's just like, he's like, "Oh, okay, okay, oh, okay. I must have got you confused with somebody else. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine." It's just so funny. Oh my god. Tell him more than, I wouldn't put it past a lot of delivery places doing that. Like a lot of restaurants that do a lot of deliveries, like, you know, they have regulars, right, that call in regularly to order pizzas or whatever the fuck, you know, regularly, once or twice a week. And I wouldn't put it past them that they have some sort of code where if they order like, you know, a pepperoni pizza, like a medium pepperoni pizza with a 2 liter and a side of like breadsticks. You know, the breadsticks means something specific, right? But they know it because of who the customer is, not because of what they ordered. Dude went to the wrong house. Oh no, that's crazy. Oh, I remember another guy. He worked at KFC, and I haven't eaten at KFC since. But he was telling me that obviously this is all old stuff, right? I don't know how it is nowadays, but back in the day, he said one day he walked into he started working at KFC, you know, he worked in the front cashier, stuff like that. And then one day he was asked to go get something out of like the fridge, right, to restock something or something. Said he walked into the fridge to go and grab something, and he saw a 50-gallon trash can. You know those like gray 50-gallon trash cans they usually use for like yard waste and shit. He saw one of those just sitting in the middle of the fridge, like freezer area or whatever, and it was just full of unpackaged slimy chicken just sitting in the trash can. Bro, I've never eaten at a KFC ever again. Yeah, fucking disgusting, Topher. Like, you probably watched, you know, Hell's Kitchen and stuff with Chef Ramsay, where he goes into these failing businesses, and you know he goes into the walk-in fridges, and like the fridge is 60 degrees when it's supposed to be 30. Like, so like things aren't even kept at right temperature. There's mold on things. Things are old, disgusting, and just ugh. Right? You've seen those videos. That's what this was like. And then I guess that same KFC, there was another story where I guess a guy came to fix the fridge because the fridge wasn't keeping temperature, and they had all that chicken in that fucking trash can, and it was hot chicken because the thing wasn't keeping temperature, and they were still serving it. All that shit was literally ruined, and they were still selling it. They're trying to kill people over there. What the fuck, dude? But you don't leave unpackaged chicken just piled on top of each other. That's just asking for salmonella, man. That's disgusting. Yeah, each piece, bro, that's a violation of each piece just in the fucking vicinity. That's disgusting. God, bro. Yeah, I've never really liked KFC. It wasn't that it was bad, it just wasn't particularly standout good. It's chicken. Tastes fine. But there's nothing like phenomenal about it. It's just fried chicken. It is what it is, right? I'd rather go to like Chick-fil-A, right, and have like a grilled chicken sandwich rather than just a drumstick. Right? If I wanted a drumstick, I'll go to like someplace like Wing House or Hooters or something like that, or even Wing Street, even though Wing Street's way too expensive. But you know, I go to some place like that and I just order me some like wings with some like barbecue sauce or something. I'm not gonna just go to fucking KFC and just give me some plain ass fried chicken. Like, it's okay, but it needs some fucking sauce, man. Give me some sauce. You know what I mean? Like, ugh. Yeah, I've had way too many bad stories about restaurants. Like, not even just TV restaurants, right? Restaurants you see on TV from like Hell's Kitchen stuff. I'm talking just from friends and people that they've run into in my life that have worked at these places, that have told me horror stories and stuff, and news articles and stuff that you've heard about stuff. It makes me just never want to eat at a restaurant. Because God, man, can you really trust some of these restaurants? Like, can you honestly? Like, you don't know them. Even if you go there every single day, do you really think that you know what's going on behind that wall? Right? Like, it's wild. The fact that they think it's acceptable to do this. And then like, I don't know, man. Like, if you're willing to allow people to eat food like that, don't you think the other foot, like, people are doing it to you, right? It's one of those, if you think it's acceptable, obviously other people think it's acceptable. So it causes this revolving door where who can you trust? If more people were more self-conscious about this, and more people were like, yeah, I don't want someone doing it to me, so I'm not going to do it to somebody else, we wouldn't have these problems. We'd be able to actually trust people. And this is my big problem, is I don't trust people in the world. I really don't. Most people in this world, like 99.9% of all people in this world, obviously, that's saying that there's a lot of people I still trust, which obviously isn't true. I don't really know that many people. But I don't trust people because everybody has their own agenda. Everybody has, you know, their acceptable limits of things that might not kind of coincide with my idea of right and wrong or acceptable or whatever. So it's just like, where's that line where you trust or you don't trust? It's like, I go to McDonald's pretty regularly, but like, if I sit down and think about it, it kind of stresses me out because I'm like, well, did they drop this on the floor? Has this been, you know, sitting in the refrigerator for 3 years? They finally found it and they're trying to serve it to me. You know, did someone rub their balls on it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Did someone spit in this? Like, did they use it as toilet paper? Like, I just, you know what I mean? I'm like, these are the things that I think about. I'm just like, I gotta turn my brain off sometimes because my anxiety starts to really get the better of me. And then it gets even worse because then I started thinking of like, oh, well, we're at a grocery store, right? I worked at a grocery store too. And sometimes they'll like leave frozen goods out and they'll get thawed out. And then they're like, oh, we forgot to put this away. And then they just put it away after it's thawed out. And then they refreeze it. And I'm just like, bro, that's not what you're supposed to do. You fucked up. You eat that cost. Right? How long has that been sitting there thawed? Especially like things like eggs, right? Like, I worked at a grocery store for a while, right? I worked in the produce department. I never, ever put anything out that I thought could have gotten like bad because it wasn't in the fridge for X amount of time, or it, you know, looked kind of, you know, wonky or smelled kind of bad. Like, I never allowed for any of that stuff to leave the back room. I threw that shit away. My boss hated it, but he understood at the same time. But like, there was times where the store manager would be like, hey, you know, can we borrow, you know, John? Can he come help us with some stuff? So I'd go and stock some frozen areas. I'd go and like clean up some stuff in the back room, you know, some broken stuff and whatnot. And there were some times where they had like a bunch of eggs that had come broken, right? And they needed me to go through all the cartons of eggs, pull out the broken ones. throw away the broken ones, clean off all the ones that got gunk on them, and then repackage them all. Bro, that's a long day. That's a lot of fucking eggs. But like the amount of time it takes me to go through these eggs, and like I show up, they're not even in the refrigerator. They're just sitting in the back room, not refrigerated. And I'm like, okay, I don't know how long these have been sitting here, but now I have to open up each carton. I have to pull out all the good ones, put them in a bin so I can rinse them. And then anything that's left, I throw in the trash can. And then if the carton is gross, I have to throw the carton away as well. And then I have to go through 100 cartons or more of eggs. So this takes a very long time, right? Now I'm rinsing off these eggs. Now they've been sitting out for maybe an hour or two, which isn't particularly bad if they were stored cold before I started. But I have no idea how long they've been out. So I clean them all off. I repackage them all. I put them in the refrigerated section. I tell the boss, hey, I'm done doing what you asked me to do, but I don't know how long these eggs have been out. I don't know if they're any good. He's like, oh, we'll deal with it. I'm like, why weren't they in the fridge to begin with? Like, I just don't trust people, man. People are all about me, I, freaking, oh, it's fine, they're fine, it's fine. Like, no, it's not. Would you want to eat an egg that had been sitting out for over 12 hours, not refrigerated, when it's supposed to be? It's frustrating, isn't it, Dover? Super frustrating. And that's why I, like, kind of refuse to go to eat food out in public. And, like, even going to a grocery store is hard for me because, like, we have to do it because we need food. But it's hard because how long has that chicken been sitting out? Did you store it properly? Have you kept it stored properly? You know, like, did it fucking fall on the floor and you still stuck it in the package? Like, I don't know. I don't know these people. I don't trust these people. I just try not to think about it. Longer than 3 minutes? Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, now, don't get me wrong. You can leave meat out for 45 minutes to an hour and a half, depending on the size and the temperature, ambient temperature, and stuff like that. But once it gets to a certain, like, temperature threshold, and it's in that temperature threshold for X amount of time, it's no longer good. Because once it's in a certain threshold of temperature, that's when bacteria and stuff can start to form, right? That's when stuff starts going bad. And the longer it sits in that form, the worse, the more odds that it goes bad. Or the more bad it can become. And it's like people don't, like, they know this information, but they don't take it seriously. It just, oh, it got so annoying. Like, I remember when I worked at Panera, there was times where my boss would be like, hey, can you prep some chicken? Like, and what he means by prep chicken is he needs me to cut it and then package it into little bags so they can be pre-portioned for the sandwiches and the salads, right? Because the way Panera works is you get this big hunk of chicken, you put it through the, like, little slicer thing. It's almost like a processor, but not really. And then it's like these sliced pieces of chicken, but they portion them in like 1.75 ounces. And then a salad will take 2 packages, right? A sandwich, each half a sandwich takes 1 package. So this way, everything's pre-portioned to the correct amount, so it's easy for them to just grab 1 or 2 packages however needed to make a sandwich or a salad or whatever. It makes things easier instead of them trying to eyeball it. You know, it saves food costs, right? But sometimes some people would come back and be like, bro, this is taking you too long, or, you know, they'd bitch that, you know, I've been doing that for 3 hours or whatever, like, you need to hurry up, or blah, blah, blah. Basically, what I was getting at is, like, there's a lot of times where I'd be back there prepping chicken, and they'd be like, bro, why are you only taking 1 case of chicken out at a time? Like, one bin of chicken out at a time? Or why are you leaving most of, you know, why is most of the chicken in the fridge? Why do you know, you keep having to stop to go get more chicken as you're doing this, da da da. Because it needs to stay cold. Like, my boss didn't care. It was the ship supervisors that were like, bro, you're slowing down. You're taking too much time to do this. Like, do you want to do it? And my boss is like, hey, I don't care how he does it as long as he does it. It gets done. And he actually liked when I prepped because I always shorted the bags. I was like, oh, it's supposed to be 1.75? Hey, let's go 1.65. Oh, this one's 1.55? Eh, fuck it, close enough. So, you know what I mean? Like, I would always short the bags, so he would get a lot more food cost out of me. Because all the profits that he would save from food cost actually gave him back to him as like a bonus. Because like as a manager, right, one of your bonuses or one of your criterias is based off of food waste, right? So the better your food waste is, the or like, you know, the less food waste you have, numbers wise, the bigger your bonus would be. Because they're like, oh yeah, you did pretty good. You didn't waste that much food, you know, that saved us money. So they'd give him like a bonus, like a percentage of it. He loved that shit. But yeah, I keep most of the chicken in the fridge. I pull out like a small container of it. I package that up. I put those packages away, and I grab more chicken. That was a rotation I would do. Because if it takes me 3 hours to prep chicken, I'm not going to leave chicken sitting on the counter for 3 hours. Unless it's frozen. Like, if it's frozen, that's somewhat more acceptable because it's fucking frozen. It's not within that room temperature temp, right? It's still cold as fuck and frozen. So it's not going to go bad as fast. But the chicken's not frozen. The chicken was thawed out so it can be cut. So it's already at that room temperature or hotter from being thawed out, because maybe you thawed out in like warm water or whatever to like thaw it out faster, right? And so I'm like, I'm not gonna leave this out at room temperature. It's already at room temperature. Cut it. I'm not gonna leave it out for 3 fucking hours. That's stupid. That's rule number 1. Don't do that. That's bad, okay? I'm making some good fishing progress though. We're 105 already. Ugh. And then catching a bunch of these catfish should help with making a couple instruments for my character too. Why does it say Dexter 2? What? Is that a person? Like a tweet from a specific person? I'm never going to call that thing X anymore. I'm still going to call it Twitter. Really? I would love to see her actually play. Is there a video of her actually like in a match? Because the curious question is like, anybody can win a tournament depending on who they're playing against. You know what I'm saying? Like, winning a tournament doesn't really say a whole lot. What says a lot is who they beat. Like, if we were to hold a tournament right here, right, with me and you guys beat my ass, that doesn't mean a whole lot, right? I suck at that game. But if you were to play like a high rated like player, like like a high amateur or low pro or even like a pro player, that's different, right? You put some fucking work in, right? But beating a bunch of idiot, no gaming having asses that don't even know what the right side up of a controller is, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't mean a whole lot. I was gonna do the horse quest today, but if people are gonna sit here and farm human, I'm fucking down, bro. This is a long grind I need to get done. And once it's done, it's just a massive weight off of our checklist. And since I can combo it with fishing, it's pretty helpful. Not great fishing, but it's something. Like I'm getting some catfish, like I said, to work on some instruments, which helps us with a little bit of furnishing. We get a bunch of fish fillets for some cooking, but nothing particularly insane. It's just one extra little check mark gone for leveling up fishing, and a few extra, like I said, few odds and ends to help with some other professions, but nothing particularly insane. But at least it's not like complete dead downtime, right? Because what's going to end up happening is we're going to be farming other mobs pretty heavily. It's going to take us hours to farm the other guys as well. The other ones don't have such a long cooldown, and I can do them solo. But I can run around and I can farm like rocks, I can farm trees, and I can farm other resources while I'm sitting there fighting those mobs as well. This one has nothing. There's nothing I can do here but fish. So. Are they burning because you're tired? Because I know occasionally what happens to me is I will like as I get more and more tired, my eyes start to burn and get dry. But also as my eyes strain more and more, I get like a buildup of like oils, which also in turn makes my eyes burn more. And as I rub them because they burn and itch, you know, once again I get even more burny, itchy eyes. Oh, the flashing from the water is driving me insane, bro. It's so annoying. Up to 30. Not bad. We need like 150 of these as well. So farming the flame cores are gonna suck, but more from tired, yeah. It happens. Like mine are a little burny right now. It's not from being tired, it's just from eye strain. Staring at my computer screens. The computer screens definitely has a little bit of eye strain, which causes a little bit of eye fatigue, which causes burn as well. So that's what happens to me when I stream. I should be technically wearing like blue light glasses to prevent the blue light, to prevent like a little bit of eye strain. Supposedly it's helpful. I don't know how true it is, but there's that. Yeah. Oh god. Clown world. Oh god. I'm terrified of clowns. I don't know if I want to click on that. Because that could be something about a clown, or it could be something about a woman doing clowny things, you know? Oh god. A few years ago, I asked my best friend to try to talk to my boyfriend to see if he would cheat on me, and they've been together for 3 years now and have 2 kids. I mean, I kind of understand the sentiment behind the initial, like, hey, you're my friend. I trust you. Can you try to, like, uh, you know, test to see if my boyfriend would be willing to cheat on me? To see if I can trust him or not? and then they end up together. Like, that's unfortunate. Like, the aftermath is unfortunate. Obviously, she's not a good friend if she's willing to do that to you, right? And obviously, he wasn't worth it either if he's willing to do that. So, I mean, hey, he dodged a bullet, but that's funny. Wait, except for their profile pic? Now I kind of want to go look at their profile pic. You got me curious. Oh, because it's a clown. Got you. Got you. Yeah. Yeah. No, no, thank you. Yo, Topher. I want to see if I can find it after I catch this fish. But around Halloween time, it was right between Halloween and Christmas. You know, there was a lot of videos of like blow up, inflatable like decorations going around, like YouTube shorts and stuff, and like pictures and images of like cool ones that people had seen. Bro, there was a couple that I saw. One of them was this massive fucking dragon that spanned this house all the way across the entire top of the roof of the house. The arms and the wings were draped over the roof, and the head came over the top of the roof and was like breathing smoke onto the doorway of the house. So when people were walking up to the house to like trick or treat, there was like smoke billowing out of the mouth of this dragon that was just like perched on top of the house. That was sick. And then there was one that made me quickly close. Um I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Yeah, I can't find it. I don't even know where I saw it. But long story short, it was one of those like 40-foot tall like blow up inflatables. And this house. So the picture was taken from the front of the house. This house had a massive blow up clown in the backyard. And it was so tall, it towered over the house and was leaning over the roof of the house a little bit, leaning towards the front of the house, like peering over the top of the house at people. Massive fucking It clown from the movie It. That shit was terrifying. If I saw that, I would not go anywhere near it. I don't care what candy they're giving out. I would not go to that house. I would be gone. And this guy to do his power shot. Yeah, I felt bad for ending stream early yesterday, guys. But like, it crashed at like a little after 4, and I usually go till 5, and I'm like, what's the point of getting everything turned back on to stream for like another 45 minutes and just have a split stream? Like, fuck it. I was just gonna do Eidolon anyway. I just called it a night early. Watched a bunch of anime and got my Eidolon stuff done. Oh, that reminds me. I need to click a button in idle skilling. We're making decent progress in idle skilling too. So I need to get auto progression for the mist, but we have unlocked Purgatory. We pretty much completed the raids. The asylums we kind of just started. We got almost all the secrets done. And we just unlocked the gym portal, so we can get a bunch of gems, so we can actually start buying some of these upgrades. But most of this tab is behind, right? Our farming's really slacking. Our pets aren't really making much progress. Our realm is kind of slowly but surely progressing. The limbo is basically going nowhere. And then our tunnel is literally made 0 progress. So we're struggle busting on like everything but the training and the crafting section. But yeah, we're making progress though. Like our damage is getting up into the queues, the quintillions or the quadrillions. Sorry. We're like 25 Q right now, and I haven't really touched anything. So long story short, mate, is like each one of those is just like Eidolon, where each one of them kind of increases everything around it. They're all intermeshed. So doing the farming, like, so you do farming, so you collect plants and stuff like that, and you use those plants kind of like in alchemy, but they're potions. They're called potions. So you level up the potion levels to give yourself more buffs and benefits throughout the game. And then there's another section for the breeding and trekking, right? So you breed animals to get different animal combinations and buffs to put them up against trekking, which is kind of like arena, to get resources to level up the lab. And the lab obviously increases the account overall because the lab bonuses, are wide spanning. Afterlife is something that we don't have in Eidolon, but it's basically its own mini game where you hire pets and stuff to kill bosses, and then as they kill the bosses, you get buffs and benefits, and you gather resources from that to buy stuff from a vending machine that increases, overall account progression. So literally every single skill in the entire game gives you account progression. So you don't want to skip any of the side skills, because every single side skill gives massive increasements to the account, whether it's attack speed, attack damage, kill per kill, fucking slew of other things, like chance for like double AFK gains and stuff like that. You just blow it. I'll look at it in a second. If you want, I'll show it to you, mate. Like I'll go to each one of them and I'll kind of give you a quick synopsis. I won't like go into super detail, but I'll kind of show you what I mean. Like how everything kind of intermeshes. Because the main thing you're shooting for in idle skilling is honestly as much damage as possible. The only thing you're focused on is getting your damage number as big as absolute possible to kill mobs as fast as possible, and then as much kill per kill as you can get. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you're shooting for completion of idle skilling is getting to a certain zone and killing X amount of the mobs in the specific zone. That's literally the whole goal. So you have to get all the way to the end of Purgatory, like the last zone in Purgatory, and you have to get to like, I think it's like the 100th or 200th mob in the last zone of Purgatory. And you have to kill like 50 million mobs or something like that at the last zone. It takes a while, and they have a shit ton of HP. So you need a shitload of damage. And if you can get enough damage to one-shot them and enough attack speed so they can't attack you, your HP and defense doesn't matter. Because you kill them before they can attack, so you never die. You don't have like downtime. And then if you get enough kill per kill, one kill could count as like 200, 300 mobs. Like that's basically what it boils down to. Like I said, I can show it to you if you want. Like I said, it's very similar to Eidolon. And that's why I laugh, because he basically took idle skilling and revamped it for an MMO, like more graphic oriented version. And he just kind of tweaked it a little bit, but it's basically idle skilling. He has literally taken everything from idle skilling and put it into Eidolon in some way, shape, or form. I want to see. Nope. Burn it all down, bro. +80 sex mobs. That's funny. Yeah, bro. No spider. No, no, thank you. We outie. No, I'm missing this guy point blank. We're at 37 of 300. Hoping we get an actual full idol as well. October, I don't think you understand how much I dislike spiders. Especially those big motherfuckers. Hell no. Like, no offense to Australia, but that whole continent can burn. Their spiders are out of control. And it's not even just their spiders, bro. Everything in Australia wants to kill you. The plants, the trees, the water, the sand, the animals. Everything wants to kill you. And it's not like California where they think everything's trying to kill them. It's legit. Everything's trying to kill you in Australia. Californians are just, they think everything's out to get them. According to California, everything's trying to kill you. Everything's cancerous. You're going to die from anything and everything. You might as well just live in a bubble that's going to kill you because the bubble's going to give you cancer. Yeah, I'm not saying everybody from Cali though, mate, but like in general, like when you get something from Cali or something gets sent to Cali, they have requirements and regulations that you have to mark something as could cause cancer on like everything. That is fucking hilarious. Okay, that guy's a fucking legend, bro. Yo, Topher, that guy's a legend. You are such a troll. You're gonna spend thousands of dollars just to ruin everybody's fucking Valentine's Day that wanted to go see that movie. Fucking legend. That's too good, man. But I'm just gonna throw this out there. If your plans on Valentine's Day is to go and watch a movie in a movie theater, I think you're doing it wrong. Unless you're trying to get like a blowjob or something during a movie, like I feel like you're doing it wrong. Like, I feel like a movie is not like going to the movie theater to watch a movie is not a Valentine's Day event. Not a Valentine's Day like project or whatever you want to call it, right? I feel like that is a normal everyday date night, not a Valentine's Day day. I don't get me wrong. I don't think Valentine's Day should be treated any differently than any other day in in theory, but still, like, I feel like when it comes to dates, I don't think movie theater screams romantic. I don't think it screams date. I think it screams entertainment. I think it screams um what's that word called? Like just spending time with each other, right? Like I don't know what word I'm looking for, but it's more of a we're just gonna hang out and spend time together and experience this together, not a hey let's go have a a very deep conversation, kind of get to know each other, have a nice dinner, like what I'm saying? Like I just don't think the movie really goes into it. Like dinner in a movie, in my opinion, is not a adult date. Because like I said, when you're on a date, you're not trying to sit in silence and stare at a screen. You're trying to have a conversation with the person you're with. You're trying to get to know that person. You're trying to spend time with that person. Staring at a TV screen is the exact opposite of what you're trying to do. See, that's not like I feel like yes, it can be a date because you obviously you want to see, hey, do they watch movies like an idiot or not, right? There is that. I don't have a problem with that. But what I have a problem with is doing it early in the date phases, right? And using it as a date, I think is wrong. Now, not to say that you can't call it a date if you're like, you're dating a chick, right? Or a dude, whatever, right? And you want to spend time with them. You're like, hey, you want to go see a movie this weekend? It's technically a date, but it's more or less it's an activity. That's the word I'm looking at. It's an activity to spend time with that person, but not so much of a get to know each other kind of experience date, right? It's an activity, right? It's different than going to do like mini golf or laser tag or something a little bit more interactive, something spend time with that person instead of just sitting next to them holding their hand and watching TV. Right? You can do that on any couch. You don't have to go and watch a movie to do that. And obviously dinner obviously is more of the date part in my opinion. I feel like the movie isn't the date, it's the activity. I think the movie is more of the date. I don't know. I'm not much of a romantic. I'm not much of a dater. I'm not much of anything when it comes to women. I'm lucky my wife tolerates my ass. But like it's just I just don't see it. Like I feel like if I wasn't the man in the relationship, right? If I wasn't the one that was supposed to come up with the ideas and I'm not supposed to be the dominant one or whatever. Like if I was the passive, if I was the bitch in the relationship, right? If I wore the shorts in the relationship, which I mean I do wear the shorts in the relationship, but you know what I'm saying? Like if I wasn't the alpha, whatever you want to call it, the man in the relationship, because usually it falls to the man to make the plans, to do the plans, right? Obviously women do it too, and there's nothing wrong with that. I like it when my wife tells me what we're gonna do. Like it's great. It's like, oh, we're going here and we're gonna eat dinner. I'm like, all right, sweet, hell yeah, let's go. I have no problems with that. But like when you're first interacting with somebody and you're going on the initial dates, usually one person is the initiator that comes with the plans, comes up with the things to do, does the stuff, blah blah blah. I'm not that guy. I I am not that guy at all. I do not know how to plan a date. I do not know what's romantic. I do not know what's acceptable. But at the same time, there's things that I don't think should ever be considered as date material, right? Going to a funeral is not a date. I'm just saying. I would not know that feeling, Topher. I've never actually gone on a true date where I'm like, hey, we're gonna go here for dinner, and or we show up somewhere to eat dinner and they're like, no, I don't like this place. Like, never had that happen. Because normally I ask them, hey, what kind of places do you like to eat? And then I ask them for a couple of suggestions, and I just pick one of the places they like. You know, I was like, oh, okay, we'll go here for dinner. That sounds fun. You know, and we'll just go to one of the places they like. Or like in conversation before I pick a place to go and eat, I kind of figure out what places they like to eat, and then I just pick one of those places. It's usually how it works. Like I said, I've never really had it. I think I've done it twice in my entire life. But just, I don't know. Everybody's different. But yeah, I remember, I don't remember who it was. There's somebody in my stream that they were talking to a chick via some sort of dating site or whatever, right? And they were hitting it off. They were talking for a long time. I don't remember who it was, honestly. And they set up plans to go meet up and like do dinner or something on a specific day. And then like, I don't know, like the day before they were supposed to go, the girl just removed him, blocked him, and deleted him and everything from from the platform and everything, and just ghosted him out of nowhere. With no explanation, no answers, no nothing. I'm just like, what the fuck? That's weird. No, it wasn't Thor. It was one of my regulars, but it wasn't Thor. I want to say it was Colt. Itachi Colt. Because Thor, I know Thor. I know Thor a lot. Thor is not a dating kind of guy. No offense to Thor. I love Thor. It wasn't Thor. I would literally bet my life that it was not Thor. I am almost convinced it is Colt. It's Colt. I've talked to Colt. I've talked to Thor verbally multiple times. I know both of them, not really well, but I kind of have their personalities down. And Colt has that personality that would definitely come in to share it with me. And because I remember the conversation, because they came in and they were like, hey, this happened to me. What do you think I should do? I know where they work. Should I just show up at their work and like kind of be like, rub it in their face that, hey, I found you, even though you blocked me? That's not something Thor would do. Right? Thor wouldn't even think that. Thor's a very nice person. Like, he'd be upset and he'd be kind of like, you know, I wouldn't say distraught, but you know, he'd be upset. Yeah, you remember that comment, exactly. And I know it wasn't Thor, because Thor is, like I said, he's a very genuinely nice person. If someone stopped talking to him, he'd be upset and, you know, kind of get to him, but he wouldn't be petty about it, I don't think. And I'm not saying Colt's petty. I'm just saying, like, I don't think he would try to, you know, do something like that. I'm gonna shoot this guy in the fucking foot. Please push him into the wall. No. Into the wall. Into the corner. He needs to go into a corner, just not up against the wall. When he's up against that wall, he jumps into it. And it throws off our shots. There we go. That's better. like I said, I'm pretty convinced it's motherfucker. I'm pretty convinced it's cult. What? Come back.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
If he's leaving, I don't think we have enough to keep going. Let us leave then. So we got that done. Let's fast travel out. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. And water. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. Oh, Topher, I remembered one of the questions I had for you that I asked while you were away. That's funny. It's touchscreen. He's like, wait, what? That's hilarious, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I could see that actually like if you were to work in like a department like that, right? Because you got to imagine as well, a lot of those places they don't have an actual screen. It's more like a green screen that they overlay. Like the production people usually overlay it onto the screen so they can change it and move it as they need to, instead of it being like a legit screen that they have to monitor, like maintain with a screen. It's easier as a green screen. So him touching it and seeing it move is like, wait, I was not expecting that. Right? He's thinking it's being controlled by the people in the back. They're changing it, moving it, putting up the images as needed so he can talk about what he needs to talk about. So I can see him being confused. That's pretty funny. So my question was, The Fantasy Online. So I was asking, since you've played it a little bit, I don't remember if you answered this or if I asked you already, but do you know if Iron Man is like viable and or worth it? Like, so I guess my question is like, if I was to try and play it as an Iron Man playthrough, is it already Iron Man? Like, is there an actual trade? Is there auction houses and marketplaces and stuff where you could play it that way? And like, so Iron Man is a viable thing I can do. I'm assuming they don't have an actual official Iron Man setting for it though. Yeah, because I remember seeing a image or something. I think you sent an image of an item that you got, and it said market value. Right? It actually had a value number next to it, like there's a marketplace that sells stuff. That's what I'm thinking is like maybe Iron Man can be a viable thing. So how do you get rid of stuff? Is there like a trash can in your inventory or something?
Got us some, but we must.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. There's an NPC that collects shit that drops in the area in town. No clue what. Huh? So if you have a bunch of trash that you need to get rid of, how do you get rid of it? Like, do you just sell it to an NPC, or is there actually a um like trash items that can't be sold to an NPC? Like, how do you get rid of them? Right? Because like some items can't be sold because they're not really worth anything. Is there a way to like just trash it on the fly? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm just thinking like if I'm out and about and my inventory gets full while I'm trying to complete a quest or something, is there a way to clear out my inventory for a few items so I don't have to go back to town to sell, right? That's what I'm curious on because I'm really bad about clearing out my inventory. You're fucked. Okay, that's all I was curious on. So basically, what you're saying is I need to make sure every time I do head back to town, I clear out my inventory. And then the last question I guess I would have would be, um, from your experience so far, is there items you get from like killing mobs and like so random RNG items that you do get from killing things or looting things or whatever? Does some of those correlate to quest items even though they don't say quest items? Like, is there anything that in particular I would stumble upon from looting that I would need to hold on to? Is there like an indicator that says that this is an important item or anything like that? I'm trying to read your message and catch this fish at the same time. Okay, that's what I was worried about. See, that's why I don't like to empty my inventory because you run into stuff like that. But as long as it's like an easy, common drop, it's not that big a deal, obviously. I don't miss the water lake. I don't get it. fuck? Turns you into a fucking octopus? What the fuck? Is it just like a cosmetic change? Just them dicking around, or does it have some sort of effect on you? Like, is there like a negative impact or something? I catch 15 more fish. Yeah, that's cool. So is there a specific class that can transform people? Or is it a skill you learn eventually, like everybody learns? 'Cause that's kind of cool that, like, if you can buff your party members with different octopus like types, right? Like the tank, you can like buff as the blue octopus so he gets more regen, and then like DPS, you can, you know, buff as the orange guy. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so depending on what stat you prioritize into, you get different skill unlocks, right? It just correlates to the stats that you unlock and you prioritize. Interesting. Is he soloable and difficult or something? Okay, so basically just like random elite mobs to fight. They're nothing crazy. They're just a little tougher. Like named mobs, more or less. So they have like set like item drops and stuff. Oh. I hope so. What? What? I'm not, what? The exploding present? That's hilarious. Oh my god, dude, I fucking love it. Stand over. Why do people think it's acceptable to steal packages off of people's porches? Like almost everybody has cameras nowadays, right? Whether it's a Ring camera, a doorbell camera, you know, a hidden camera in like a window or something, like car cam, like there's so many cameras nowadays. What makes you think you're gonna get away with stealing packages off of people's porches? Don't get me wrong, you can cover up your face, wear long sleeves and gloves, and like kind of hide yourself and like do things like that, right? There's a lot you can do to hide your identity. But like at this end of the day, you're gonna get caught at some point. Right? Whether they catch a glimpse of your car or some sort of identifying mark, or you know, maybe they generalize where you're stealing packages from and they just kind of mosey around and wait for you. Like there's lots of ways. And like I just love that people are fighting back with fake presents that explode. Because like I guarantee you a lot of these people that they're like, oh, I've stolen like 100 packages, I've never got caught, you know, no one's ever done anything about it, blah blah blah. They get blown up in the face with some ink, they're probably never gonna do that again. You know? Or maybe like a first time offenders that get hit with one of those, they're like, yeah, this ain't worth it. That's funny. I'll tell you right now, if I had a problem with people stealing packages like that in my area, I 100% would do that. I would leave a package on my front steps that is rigged to explode with like some sort of paint. The problem is like I would be worried that it would like stain my concrete or my house, right? They do. I mean, you gotta think about it. In November and December, and sometimes even like January, there's a lot of Christmas gifts. So people are trying to steal these Christmas gifts because they're worth a lot of money a lot of times, right? It's actually really lucrative to steal these presents because then you can turn around and resell them, or you don't have to buy presents. You save a lot of money. So it's very lucrative for these porch pirates to do this. And not most of the time, it's not at the cost of the person that bought it. It's at the cost of the company. Because, you know, if your package isn't there when it says delivered, you just tell the company, hey, there's no package. I got home from work, package said it was delivered, there is no package. You know, I don't know if they'll be like, well, do you have any evidence that it wasn't delivered? And, you know, oh, someone stole it. Well, if someone stole it, that's not on us. I don't know how many companies are going to fight that. But normally with like Amazon, if you just tell them you didn't get it, you did, you know, they just send you another one. I don't know how these companies like make a profit, honestly. But like, I feel like most of the cost comes from the companies. And that's a problem, obviously, because the trickle down effect. But yeah, forge fires need to be. I feel like they don't get heavy enough fines. I don't think it's punished hard enough to deter them from doing it. Because yes, they're not. A lot of times they're not stealing a lot of money worth of stuff, right? Obviously, you know, stealing has its levels of degree of punishment depending on like how much money you steal, right? As long as it's under a certain amount, it's a misdemeanor and so on and so forth. But it needs, like, the problem is it's so easy for people to do, anybody to do, and to somewhat get away with it in certain areas, that it needs to be way, way, way more like disadvantageous for them to want to do it.
Aha. Stubborn.
Yeah. I would say maybe first time offender, maybe a finger. Habitual offenders, someone that's stolen like multiple times, whole hand. Don't steal. It's that simple. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna argue semantics or you know, right and wrong here, but I could definitely understand certain situations where stealing can be considered acceptable, but not in the generalistic way of like everyday life. They turned an empty bag. That's fucked. Can you imagine? You get a package, you know, it gets delivered, it's at your front door, you go, you pick it up, you open it, and there's nothing in it. I'd be pissed. The fuck's my package? I mean, stealing to eat is obviously wrong. But what I mean is, like, if someone is, let's say there's an area, right, of starving people, right? People that need food, they need nourishment, they need this, they need that, whatever it is, right? Catch catfish. Oh, catch fish that are larger than 20 inches. Okay, we're gonna go back to where we were. I think saltwater typically has better fish, bigger fish. So let's say there's like a city or a town that's, you know, struggling, right? There's not a lot of businesses, there's not a lot of money, it's big poverty, people are starving, and a company comes in and starts hoarding what is available, right? Or a group of people start hoarding what's available, right? Let's say FEMA comes in, drops off some supplies, and then there's a group of people that kind of, they don't steal it all or take it all, but they hoard it all. And they're the ones in charge of divvying it up, but they're being stingy and or refusing to divvy it up. Stealing in that situation, I think, is fine. Because you're righting a wrong, right? these people are wronging the community, they're wronging the people, you know, they're being selfish, whatever it is, I think that's acceptable. But if you are down on hard times and you don't, you know, you're poor, whatever, you don't have money to buy food or whatever, there's a lot of other ways to get food than stealing. You know, there's shelters, there's food banks, there's, you know, like kitchen things or whatever those things are called. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of other ways to get a hot meal, right? Without having to steal. So I would say stealing because you're hungry isn't a viable reason, depending on why you're going hungry. Yeah, I mean, that's a, I mean, that specific situation, Topher, I could understand the kid stealing because he doesn't really have a good option or he doesn't know any other options. But I also would say he deserves repercussions and knowledge, right? Give him some sort of repercussion so he understands stealing isn't right, but then also show him the right way to go about fending for himself at his age. Okay, seriously? In that situation specifically, like, everything has layers. Every situation is different. Nothing is ever the exact same. So you got to take things case by case. But obviously, if you're just stealing to steal, oh, I'm a drug addict, so I need money to buy drugs, lose a hand. Oh, you're stealing because you're just an art thief, or you're a car thief, or whatever. You're just stealing to steal, lose hands, right? Take them hands. Take them feet so you can't run. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. That shit I'm okay with. But, like, if you're stealing a car to get money to prevent people from dying, obviously there's some gray area in there, right? Why are they stealing the car? Are they stealing it just to steal it and they don't need to? Or is there some underlining reason why they're stealing the car? Are they stealing it back? Right? Did someone steal it from them first? Like, there's so much nuance to it. So, I don't know. Like I said, there's black and white to a point, but at the same time, everything has layers. So it's not so clear cut and dry sometimes. Yeah, that's crazy though, mate. Amazon sending a straight up empty box is crazy. I've never had that happen. But yeah, it's over. Like, I feel like they went a little overboard in that situation. They could have had some compassion and some understanding. But I can also say that from a business standpoint, they could have a really bad problem with theft and just have no tolerance for it anymore. They could just be like kind of numb to the whole situation and they just don't give a fuck going forward. And it's bad, obviously. But at the same time, like, I feel like scaring the kid straight is a good idea as well. Like maybe not following through with the whole threat, but at least making the kid sweat bullets to make him understand what he did was wrong. I could see a bluff like that being worth it, but at the end of the day, like following through on something like that for a loaf of bread and some peanut butter and jelly is just, it's a little rough, because yes, you stole under X amount of dollars, so it's more like a misdemeanor, so it's not that detrimental when it comes to fines and, you know, punishments in theory, but it's gonna follow him the rest of his life. And like, you go to a fucking job interview, you can't even get a job in a lot of places because now you have a record. Even though if you told your side of the story, they'd probably be more understanding. Like, oh, that's why you got arrested? Oh, okay, well, we don't care, right? I mean, maybe some people would care because, you know, once a thief, maybe always a thief, they might think, but you know, like you said, nuance, layers, every story is slightly different. You got to hear both sides. It it's a problem. Like, it's one of those, is what's the right answer? Everybody sees things differently, and depending on the full story, the full scope from start to finish, like yeah, the kid, it might have been that kid's first time stealing, but maybe it wasn't the first time that someone's stolen that from that store, right? Or maybe something similar hasn't happened or whatever. Maybe it's like the 1,000th time it's happened that week. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot more that goes into it than just what that one specific kid did. I, I don't get it. Okay. So did Amazon actually deliver an empty box, or did the customer just show up with an empty box and be like, they didn't give me anything? Like I don't get it. What? That's wild. What? Yeah, so Amazon sent an empty box. That's just wild. So my question is, how did they know it was empty if they didn't open it? I mean, unless they ordered something that had some weight to it and there was no weight to the box. I mean, I could get that, but that's crazy. Like that's like ordering like dog food, right? Like a bag of dog food on Amazon. You get the box. It's like a relatively large box. You pick it up and there's literally zero weight to it. You're like, wait a second. Where's the dog food? Like, I don't even have to open this to know there's nothing in it. And they don't even have a clue that they did it. Didn't even say anything. Bro, he didn't even say anything. Like, she just straight up walked up, pushed the button, started cleaning the computer, like, and his is restarting, and he's like pissed, but he doesn't even say anything. What? I mean, what do you say, really? But at the same time, like, she's like, why isn't my shit not turning on? Bro, she does it again. Okay. That's funny. Hey, that's kind of true. Wait, what was the last part he said? That's so true though, Topher. Like, bro, you go to the movies, a large soda's like $9. You know, you go to a restaurant, you know, soda's like $3. You go to like fucking Walmart, you can buy a 2 liter for like $2. I mean, like, it's crazy. Like the price differences and like for the same exact thing, depending on where you're buying it from, they jack the prices up so much because it's the supply and demand. Like, let's say, oh, you're at a gas station, like 20-ounce bottle of water is maybe like $1.50 or something, right? You're like, all right, cool, hell yeah, $1.50. And then you go to a fucking a concert, and you go up to one of those booths that's selling water, and now it's $15. That same $1.50 bottle of water is now $15. Wild. But once again, it's the location and the supply and demand. There's not that much of it, right? There's a lot of people and everybody needs and wants it, but they don't have an endless, I mean, they might probably have an endless supply of it to a point, but it's the demand, man. Like, you can get away with charging shit tons more because of the location. They can't leave the concert to go and bring sodas in, so you have to pay the money of what they're charging. Same thing with like amusement parks, right? Food at an amusement park is ridiculously expensive. Obviously, there's some reasoning behind why it's so expensive, you know, operating costs and so on and so forth. But long story short, like, they can get away with it because who's gonna fight them on it? There's no other competition. There's no other, no nothing else you can do to get food while you're there. But yeah, that's crazy. So I mean, I kind of agree with that guy. Like, if you're down on yourself and you're, feeling a little less important than you should feel or whatever, I agree. Change your location. Go somewhere where you have worth. That's a solid way of thinking about it. Oh, is he? That's funny. I mean, he said cunt like 30 times, so. Yeah, I mean, I didn't hear his voice because I didn't play the sound, but just reading what he was saying, I can almost guarantee he's Aussie, yeah. I don't know any other country or like dialect that uses that word like a period. Does Amazon truly send the wrong item all the time? I feel like very rarely have me and the wife gotten something other than what we ordered. Like, we've gotten somebody else's package before, but I don't think we've actually gotten a wrong item very often. I know you're wrong. They're sending millions of packages out every day, and
You did it.
they get 1% of them wrong. That's a lot of packages, right? But I feel like we haven't personally got very many. Wait, did we just finish the fishing quest? Alright, so this is... We don't have time for the mount quest. We'll have to do that this weekend. Okay, so it's over here. Alright, so we have... Oh, England does too? England and UK? I didn't realize that. Alright, sounds good, Tover. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. I'll talk to you later. See you. Bye, bye, bye. Thanks for being here. Interesting, mate. I mean, obviously you deal with it on a daily basis, so you would have like some sort of inkling. I just find that crazy to believe. But at the same time, I mean, the reason I find it crazy is because it doesn't happen to me that much, right? And when I don't see it often, when it doesn't like happen to me very much, it kind of makes me feel like it's not a very common thing, even though it probably is. But like thinking about it logically, even if only 1% of packages get sent incorrectly, just the sheer volume of packages they send out on a daily basis makes sense, right? That there would be a lot of missent boxes. And once again, that's kind of the reason why I feel like how like I kind of look at these companies and I'm like, how do they make a profit, right? Catch a hooked squid, a barbed catfish. So it has to be fishing spot around your spot. I guess we're just gonna fish in non. Yeah, this is gonna take too long if I have to do it in a non hotspot. So, alright. If we crash, I'm sorry guys. We'll call it a night early again, but I'm gonna pull up the interactive map and hope for the best. Alright, so there is one to my right and to my left. There's one right there, I think. I want to say it's right here, and then there's one right here. These little triangles. Okay. Thank you. Actually, right up here. Huzzah! I didn't really want to subject you guys to a whole stream of fishing, but I felt like it was kind of suited for the fact that we were doing human farm all night. So I'm not. I don't think it's a bad thing. We got a barbed catfish. That's actually huge for us. Welcome back. Alright, we gotta catch the squid now. Oh man. Yeah, I hope that sorry. I hope that whatchamacallit, Fantasy Online is fun. We gotta play that. Yeah, so once again, man, it's not so much a sugar content, and I do agree, like a lot of them are sugar free. It's not only like added sugars and stuff like that. It's also the carbonation, that the chemicals to create the carbonation for the bubbles is also something I want to avoid. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't particularly only sugar. Right? It's a lot of things. Like when I look at the back of an ingredient, if I can't pronounce them, then I don't want it in my body, right? Just like artificial flavors. I don't really care for ingesting artificial flavors because to create those artificial flavors, 90% of the time they use some sort of chemicals to create those artificial flavors. So I do my best to try not to put that kind of stuff in my body. Not saying that it's like particularly like, oh, it's gonna kill you, but it's just one of those things that I just do my best to avoid consuming things like that. But yes, added sugar is one of them, for sure. So added sugar is one of the key things that I avoid. But I also like I do drink Diet Coke every once in a while. A couple times a week. But I don't drink a lot of it. And I don't drink it like all the time, right? But it's mostly about just like trying to avoid a lot of the carbonation, a lot of the chemicals and things like that. You know what I mean? That's why and I personally I don't like the taste of carbonated water, aka sparkling water. So I try to avoid that because I don't like the taste of carbonation itself. Like unless there's some sort of sweetener with it. Even Diet Coke is kind of like meh to me. I don't really care for it. I know it sucks. I call you Vert. It's kind of really sad. Like, hey guys, we're gonna give you a new DLC and expansion and everything. Oh yeah, guess what? Bye bye game. It's really sad because the game was getting better. Like obviously 4 years too late. But it was getting better. They were adding quality of life. They were giving us a lot of stuff to do. They were adding more content. They were giving us just more stuff to pass time, right? More stuff to engage in and to do on a daily basis. And they gave us more weapon, a new weapon that kind of janky. I haven't really figured out how to even use it yet because it just feels awkward. But you know what I mean? Like they gave us more raids, they gave us more PvP stuff. They just gave us stuff to do, and it was great. And then they're just like, "Oh, sorry, sucks to suck. We're done." It's like that's just such an abrupt about face. I don't like it. It's just kind of weird. Oh, yeah, I remember release, man. The first couple months the game was out, like the first month or two, you had server queues on every server. It was rough. You had people like using macros to keep themselves from disconnecting when they were AFK going to the bathroom or making food or whatever. You had people using those macros to like run in place and jump and do circles and like it was wild. Mother Jesus. But yeah, at the same time, the organic player fall off is relatively high in this game, right? Usually after every expansion, every DLC, every new release of content, you get a surge of players, and after 2 to 3 months, it plummets again, right? The first month it's like it's there, it's high. The next month it lost 50%. The next month it loses another 50%. Like it goes right back down in like organic loss. And my thought is, you already have a very high organic loss of players in your game, and you're going to announce that you're no longer supporting it, and you know it's got a year left roughly of uptime. Why don't you just wait for your organic fall off to happen and then announce it? At least that way you stand a chance at making back the profits and the money that you put into that project. Like that's what the main thing that I don't understand. Now I get it. They're making up that revenue down the road with pivoting to AI generated bullshit. And I get that. Like they don't have to pay the employees, so they're saving money there. They're making money from the dog shit ass games that they're gonna make with AI. Like they're making up the difference down the road. But you put $10+ million or however much into an expansion that took you 2 years to make or whatever, and lots of employee time and blah 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 blah, and then you're just gonna kill it instantly. You're not even gonna give it a chance to recoup some of your money. It's just weird. And at the same time, like, I understand you're pivoting. I understand you don't want to support a game like this anymore. You want to like do something different. I get that. It's fine. You know, companies change their mind all the time and pivot and do stuff like that. But why do you have to completely kill it, right? Take Diablo 3, for example, right? Diablo 2, right? These games, they don't particularly, like Diablo 3 specifically. Diablo 2 still gets like some love. But like Diablo 3 gets zero love. It's in maintenance mode. They don't get any updates. They don't get any changes. Like maybe like every once in a while they have like a very like one or two people that probably work on that stuff. That's like if there's an actual problem, they fix something. But the odds of something being broken are pretty slim because they're not changing anything. They're just reusing content. So I feel like, why couldn't they just do that? Why couldn't they just say, hey guys, we're no longer going to release updates. We're just going to put the game into maintenance mode. The way the game is the way the game is, right? That's fine. But announcing that the plan, quote unquote plan, is to keep the servers up through 2026, basically hinting without exactly hinting, and even more of a direct hint later in the statement, that they are shutting the servers off and you're no longer going to be able to play it or have access to the game, and, you know, sucks to suck. That's just weird. Like you can fire all of your employees and leave a skeleton crew like they did and still leave the game in maintenance mode. Run one server with a couple instances on it, you know, obviously one for each region, right? So you have one for EU and you have one for NA. So you run 2 servers. That's it. You run 2 small dedicated servers that probably share their server with another maintenance moded game that doesn't take much effort. And you have like a dev team of like, you have like a skeleton crew of like 2 people that monitor the game. That also, that's like a side project, right? They don't actually work on the game, but they just monitor ticket queues and stuff like that for people, or make sure the servers are up and running and viable, and you know, whatever. Like they do basic bullshit for it. Like that would have went over so much better. Because I'm going to tell you from my point of view, this game doesn't excel at it never really thrived from obtaining new content. Because if you look at the trend, every time they gave us new content, it was literally less than a month of increased player count. So the new content didn't actually bring new players. It didn't keep retention of players, right? The only thing that kept the retention of players was the core 5,000 to 10,000 players. I mean, obviously there's more than that. We're going off of like average players / peak players, right? That of the PvP players that enjoyed doing the weekly raids and the weekly like wars and stuff around the servers and doing that kind of stuff. Those were the core players that enjoyed the game, and adding new dungeons, adding new zones, and raids and stuff like that didn't truly change the way that they played the game. Didn't really change the way that the game operated for them in any way, shape, or form. Now, changing the gear score, adding new and different perks, maybe a new weapon, like now that is a huge change to those people's play, because now there might be a new go-to build for wars. Now there might be a new perk setup for best in slot PvP. Like, that is where the big replayability for those people come in. Not adding a new raid, not adding new zones. So it's like, if they wanted to keep the game alive and they wanted to keep the player base that they had, that was a niche, small group of people, which, I mean, hey, it's higher than most dog shit, maintenance moded games. Just leave it up and let people fight for territory. Let people PvP. Let people take control over cities. And then, every once in a while, introduce a new perk. Right? Introduce a new weapon. Maybe, it's not like you have to revamp the wheel or anything. Just maybe go in and tweak something. Maybe add like a season where you can obtain like an extra, like a third weapon for, an event or something. Like, what I'm saying? Like, just give these like random one-off things that change the way that the builds work and the game works temporarily or going forward, right? Without like completely changing the game. Because we don't need new zones. We don't need new dungeons. All we need is like a random change here and there to change up what best in slot meta builds there are. That's it. Well, they can't now. It's impossible. They actually removed the game from sales. So you can no longer buy the game. So it's impossible to actually grow their player count going forward. They have literally completely killed the game. Now, the only thing that would ever bring people back to the game, and kind of in a small way, would be to announce that they're no longer going to turn the game off, but they're going to leave it in maintenance mode. Some people might come back to it, knowing that the game isn't going to be deleted. But the only other way that this game ever gets rebooted is if Amazon decides, hey guys, we plan on, taking another stab at it. We're gonna reboot it, turn it back on, blah, you know what I mean? We're gonna keep going with it and give it another shot. That's one way, and I think it wouldn't go over well because they're not gonna trust Amazon going forward with it. The only way that this game survives is one of two ways. Either Amazon recodes it, which they won't, to allow it to be a single player / co-op, like an online co-op game where you and your buddies can like join into each other's servers and do content yourself, or play this game as a single player like Dark Souls style, right? Where you just play the game as its core from start to finish, kind of like Iron Man. That's one way. And even that would be very kind of niche and kind of meh. Or they sell the rights to another company that will pick it up and republish it, basically. The only way it goes forward. So the whatchamacallit, according to the post, it stated that you could still buy the game, and play it via like the game passes and things like that, and you can still like get the game or whatever. That's what the post said, and I haven't confirmed. I'll go to Steam really quick and I'll try it. I'll test it. I'll see. But according to what people told me, is it's removed off of Steam specifically. I don't know about the Xbox and stuff. Yeah. No longer. Okay, so you can still buy it. So people were wrong. You can still buy it. But no longer release content. Season 10, the final update. Servers will remain active through 2026, and all existing content will continue to be playable with future updates released into the game. But there will be no. Yeah, so this statement right here, servers will remain active through 2026. This isn't the exact wording they used in the news article that they posted. They said, we plan to keep the servers up through 2026, is what they said. And then they stated that they would give us a 6-month notice before turning off the servers. But once again, do you really trust that they're going to give you a 6-month notice? Highly doubt it. On the dig for the day, I forgot to do the other days. I think I've missed a couple digs. Just too lazy to do it. Yeah, I mean, they literally killed their game. There's nothing they can do to come back from this other than to sell the rights off to another company. Because at this point, they've lost too much faith in the community for people to trust them to run the game. Right? That's they literally killed their game. And I mean, they didn't care because they were done with it, right? But I think they have a very good opportunity to sell it, to sell the New World rights to another publisher that, yeah, they might not make all their money back for it, right? But they have potential to recoup at least some of their money, and for that company to cash in on actually updating this game properly and making a good game out of it. Like, I remember, I think it was Asmongold. He had a stream on it. People were talking, but it was like, hey, Asmongold, why don't you buy it? He's like, oh, I could come up with the money for it, but why would I want to buy a sinking ship? You know what I mean? Like, because, like, it's not so much like, hey, I can afford to buy it. It's, yeah, I could afford to buy it, but I'm going to be running at a loss. Why would I do that? Right? Because if you were to buy this game in its core identity right now and just turn servers on and run it as your own, you would be losing money monthly, easily. Just in operating costs, right? Even if you had it in maintenance mode and you weren't paying anybody to do anything with the game other than running a server for people to play on it, you would be running at a loss because there's no revenue coming into the game other than microtransactions, which, once again, you would have to design yourself and implement into the game for people to want to buy them and so on and so forth. Because there's no monthly membership. There is a box price, which you could, in theory, you know, make some money from that from people coming to the game, but you wouldn't really be operating at a positive, right? And then if you did want to add content, you'd definitely be running at a loss because now you have to pay coders, dev team, QA, blah, 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 to actually make the content coded and everything else. So you'd be running at a loss. So why would you upfront all these millions of dollars for the game and its code and its entirety and its copyright infringements and everything to run at a loss? Most people would not do this. Now, bigger companies are more willing to do this because they look at the risk versus reward. We spend $10 million on this product. We put another $10 million into recoding it to a point, adding some stuff we think is missing, revamping it a little bit, trying to optimize it a little bit, maybe put it in a light that we think people will like, that to make them come back to it, and then re-releasing it as like it's the same game but updated from a different publisher, right? Like, I feel like that is the only way it's going to work, but it has to be through an actual large company that has the backing to be able to afford to run at a loss for a temporary time. And one person did bring up that Tencent would probably be the one and only person that could probably make it work. But with that said, I think a lot of people that liked New World would not like it if Tencent was actually the owner going forward. Because we all know the business model that they like to use is very pay to win heavy. They like to put microtransactions and pay to wins and pay for progressions and swipe credit card for anything and everything. And it works. They make tons of money doing it. I'm not going to fault them for our business model. If it works, it works. Just do it. And that's how they keep making money, and why they are able to buy all these dog shit games and flip them into a profit, because their business model works. They know how to make make money off of bad games. So I feel like that's the only way forward for New World. Is there's no way in how the community is going to come together to buy it, because even if, like, let's say 1,000 people did like a Kickstarter fund and all chipped in to buy it, everybody would have their too many hands in the cookie jar at that point. Like, everybody that chipped in wants to have a say in the changes that go into the game, and you have too many people that want something, and they're all going to clash and conflict and have problems, and nothing's going to get done, because then you still have to pay people after you buy it to actually make the changes and update the game and keep it running, and it would never happen. Now, not saying it's not possible, because depending on the price at which they're trying to sell it, a small group, 5 or less people, could come up with the money to purchase it and run their own server. It's possible. It just depends on the price, right? They're able to buy it for like $100 grand and host a server for a year for like, you know, a couple $1,000s or whatever, and they can afford that. And then those 5 people are also people that could mod and code and possibly dig through it and try to update it and revamp it and change it. Then it stands a chance in a small group setting like that. But once you get into like over 5 people, like 10 people plus, I feel like you kind of lose that autonomy of being able to have a direct vision on where you want the game to go. I was going to, and I wanted to finish this fishing quest. So I kind of got sidetracked with the conversation, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get this fishing quest on. Gotta catch 2 more 30-pound plus fish. And it's kind of hard because I need the bigger fish. They usually come out of here that are like the green qualities. But that pool is now empty, and I'd have to go all the way over there to fish at another pool to do it. I don't really want to swim that far because I have to come all the way back to turn this quest in. So this might be a good spot to log out, because when I log back in, that fishing pool will be back and we can just finish it on Friday. So maybe we'll do that. Yeah, let's just catch this and we'll switch over. I mean, I don't have much to do on Eidolon, obviously just Omniprocs and stuff, but we can do that for the last 30 minutes of stream. I'm not opposed to it. But yeah, I'm with you on that, Vert. Like, it's really sad, and kind of really despise what they did. But at the end of the day, it truly doesn't matter. As long as I'm having fun playing the game and I'm enjoying my time, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You know what I mean? As long as I'm having a good time, it doesn't matter one way or the other. Like, I'll enjoy my time for as long as I can. You know? When the wheels fall off and it finally dies, you know, I'll probably be moved on past it before then. But until that day, like, until I stop enjoying my time, until I stop having fun, why stop playing? What it boils down to, and at the end of the day. But like, one of my goals in this game now is to try and get everything but the PvP quests done, or the achievements done. Like, obviously, like, faction wise, there's some PvP versions, right? So we'll probably not be able to do most of these. And then the other thing we're not going to be able to do is territory standing. This we won't be able to do. Reaching 300 in every zone is not going to happen. I could see me uber grinding and getting 150 in all zones, but 300 won't happen. So those are some quests that are some achievements that won't ever happen. And then obviously the PvP ones, right? These aren't most of these aren't gonna happen. Duels aren't gonna happen. I mean, I could technically do duels, but I really don't give a shit. Control points, once again, probably not. Like, all like wars are never gonna happen. Outpost rush could technically happen. It's only 200 outpost rush battles. It's not that big a deal. Kills probably won't happen unless I do more outpost rush. 3v3s I won't do. Ranked I'm not gonna do. So like most of the stuff like these I won't do, and then these I might do. Some of these I might do, but I'm probably not. The problem I have with these is you have to be in a specific faction, right? I mean, sorry, not a specific faction, but you have to do like specific things from certain whatchamacallits. And then there is a quest for joining every faction and getting each faction to maximum level, right? I don't remember where it's at, but anyway, there is join this faction and get to level 20 faction rating or whatever it is, max level faction rating. There is that for all of them. I'm pretty sure I did it for the green people a long time ago. I'm currently doing it for purple, and I still haven't done it for yellow. So that would be one achievement where I'd have to probably change factions from purple to yellow. If I'm being honest, I might not do that achievement on this character because I don't want to change his faction. I'm just gonna leave him as purple. I'll probably do that one off stream. As an achievement completion itself, I don't think it correlates to an Ironman progression. That's just me completing another achievement in the game. I don't think I need to do it on an Ironman. So I think that one is the only one that I will do off stream because I just don't care to do it on stream. But like I said, we're gonna switch over and clean up our Eidolon for a bit. And then we will call it a night shortly-ish. Let's do out of skilling real quick. Oh yeah, mate, did you want me to show you like what I meant by like how everything kind of works the same way Eidolon does, how like it all intermeshes? I know you said you don't really know what's going on here, so I was just gonna give you the quick down and dirty, not the in-depth. Good? Alright, sounds good. Alright. I guess I never pressed play on my music. Well, I haven't been listening to music like all night. No. Alright, this is where we're stuck. So red and we need more red to finish red, and we need more colorful to finish colorful. So what we're trying to do here is like this is one of the progressions. It's almost like alchemy, mate, but it's crafting instead. Like you craft this to increase your damage. You craft this to increase your base damage. You craft this to increase your bonuses from your secrets. This for cash gain. This for the reps for like all of your trainings for your attack, defense, strength. And this is damage reduction. So you need the mining to funnel into this, and so on and so forth to like funnel into everything else. We need 60 face stompers. What is a face stomper? Ooh. Okay. So yeah, I need 10 more of these. That's gonna be expensive. We're not gonna do that yet. We'll do that later. Okay. We're gonna hold on to this so we can complete this and this. Alright, let us. That's done. Finally, we got out of that one. Alright. Gotta wait for the auto kick back in. There we go. New bird, let's go! Alright, so bird. Alright, bird's gonna go down here. Actually, we're gonna put the bird up here. And then I think we're gonna replace all the frogs. I don't really need them. I think we're gonna leave them in though, just salvaging purposes. We get more eggs to salvage, but alright. Farming. That's taken care of. Not really doing anything there. This. Oh, alright. this on the dig. I need to get to QQ so we can buy more of these guys. This is a massive increase to the account, is doing this. It just takes so long to actually do it. I need to make a lot of money. Because right now I'm struggling to get to quintillion. I'm like 4Q right now. I need to get to double Q. Like I'm at quadrillions, but I'm not hitting quintillions yet. Quintillions is where it starts to kick in. Like a lot of the upgrades that I'm missing. But I need to go way past quintillion. Alright. So that's that. Alright. That's that. We do have 200 gems. So we have this. I think the mining kits are something we need. We need the funny hat as well. I don't know how many funny hats we can buy. I know we can get 6 of these. But we also need these guys. These are massive. Like this is insane as well. I don't care about the builders as much. They are helpful, but it's mostly about these two. I don't think these are necessary. I mean, the necklace slot can be useful, but not really necessary, I don't think. The tillers can be useful. More plants means more potions. Those are possible upgrades. Card slots. This is what we need. We have 3, we need up to 10. Cards are massive, obviously. Alright. I think we start with miners. Max up the miners. Get them rolling so we can get lots of forging upgrades. Because if our miners are going ape shit, these guys are going ham, giving us a ton of resources, we can put a lot more into this. And this is going to be huge for our progression. And then fishing is another huge progression for that same part. I'm thinking we probably need to get this guy as well. And the bird. This guy. Both of those I think we need as well. But we're going to run out of gems real quick. We got to pick and choose. Alright. Here's that. let's see here. All right. Let us. Howdy McFowdy. These. Get rid of those. Have you got a jackpot yet, mate? Oh, what we get? Oh, jackpot! Let's go! What are the odds, bro? What are the odds? Two event coins? Wow. That's unfortunate. Bro, second jackpot. Let's go. That's insane. Go drop this baby off. I can't believe I got a second one. 30 multi and 50% damage. That's good. Alright. 100% was not expecting that. But I can't complain. I've hit 2 jackpots. But I will say, other than those 2 jackpots, I pretty much only hit the bottom 3 every single time. Oh, so we pushed our endless to 201 yesterday. I think we were like 190 before. We went up roughly 10 levels. That's pretty good. We put in a couple golden foods. I think we put in this top one, the cheese, the ham, and the rib. And I think the sushi. I think we put in like those 5. That's pretty good. What up, Vlad? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping on in. Doing pretty good. We got just got off from New World. claimed a bunch of our idle skilling stuff. Just trying to get our Omniprocs and stuff all cleaned up. We just hit our second jackpot on a scratcher. We just missed that. Nice. Which one's 197? Is that the 1 HP one? I don't want to say I got lucky on the 1 HP one, but I did hit a lot of Sparkies. Which one's fair play? Oh, is that the one where it kills all you guys? There was one. It took me like 30 minutes to beat it. Because every time, you know, a guy would cross finish, I'd kill everybody in that row. Bro, it took fucking forever. It sucked. But how you doing, Vlad? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping in. How's things been? Bro, mate, I still haven't got this fucking dream catcher. I swear the game's rigged. Hey, what is this? I got a 15? What the hell? So y'all keep telling, but no one believes. What do you mean no one believes? No one believes what? How many percent am I on? Are you talking about what my percentage chance to get the artifact is? Oh, the game's rigged? I believe you 100%, Avalanche. 100%. My percent to get the artifact is 0.05 to 0.04%. But I've been stuck on it since the release of World 6. Like, I got the first couple islands done in like the first 2 days, and I've been stuck on the Dreamcatcher ever since. And I'm talking multiple Omniprocs a day, obviously. I'm talking multiple claims a day. Like, at least 2 standard sailing claims a day, on top of, like, on average 8 Omniprocs a day. And I have yet to obtain it. Actually wild. I'm gonna switch to Kiwi. All right, my question is, this is a 15. What are these ones? To be honest, I don't know. We can look real quick. I don't really like doing justice. And I don't focus on artifact find chance there all that much. 17.74 times. I don't push artifact find chance purely because I feel like personally 0.05% is pretty easy to obtain an artifact. It should be. Numerically speaking, odds, like just speaking about the odds, it should be. Because if I'm doing like 25 claims roughly every time I do an Omniproc or I log in, let's just say on average I'm doing 8 claims a day. That's 200 chests on minimum a day. 0.05% chance. After like 30 days, and I don't know how many days it's been, but let's just say it's been 30 days, I should have gotten it by now. Easily. And yes, I could juice into this. I can get some artifact find chance, push it to 0.1, push it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%, really speed it up. I'm gonna need to for the further islands for sure. I'm complaining about the fact that it's a 0.04, 0.05% chance to find it, and I had better luck with 0.01% find chance before this one. Like, I finished all of my sailing before World 7 came out, with a 0.01% chance to find artifacts. I finished it just with that. I didn't need to go above that because it was actually relatively easy to get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the RNG, and it's kicking my ass. You can ask Mate. Mate watches me all the time. My RNG is so bad. It's unreal. I don't even know where I got these opals from, if I'm being completely honest. Couldn't fucking tell you. I didn't even know I had them. But yeah, it's wild. Wild how bad my luck is in this game. I got another level. Close enough. All right, back to finishing claiming all our stuff and claiming our omnis. Yeah, fuck RNG, man. I like consistency. So if you come around often enough, you'll realize the games I play, like the MMOs and the RPGs and stuff, I don't go off of chance, right? I don't ever bank off of RNG. I don't ever bank off of a chance to obtain something. I always go off of consistency, right? I go off of something that I can recreate almost every single, like 90% recreation, right? Obviously, there is some variations that prevent you from completing certain things. So I mean that you have to calculate in. So like if as long as it's like a 90% success chance to recreate what I'm trying to recreate and it's consistent, I'm normally that's how I roll. Even if it's not the most efficient, the most effective, you know, it's not as min-maxy or whatever. That's how I like to play video games. And this one can suck it. Like straight up can suck it. I fucking hate it. It must be still on my luck. The fact that I've gotten 2 jackpots, like that's ridiculous. Like, oh, he got a jackpot? Yeah, he ain't getting that artifact for another month. Alright. There's our Omniprox. Well, there's our first. Oh, I forgot to check my gaming. Hold on. Go hit our gaming really quick. I was sailing. Hey, we almost got 1 million of our dragon statues to finally zenith that bitch. I'm not a big Borderlands fan. I know that's a hot take, and a lot of people hate me for it. I never really got into it. Like, it's not that it's a bad game. I just never really got into it, and I got really bored playing it. I tried playing a couple of the Borderlands, and it just never really stuck. Woo! We hit 24. Let's go! I finally got back to 24. It only took me 6 months. Man, I still have many questions. You and me both, Avalanche. You and me both. It just I don't play this game actively enough. I don't take it serious enough. I don't attempt to spread out and do everything on the game. I literally look at them like, all right, what am I working on? Oh, I'm working on getting all my statues. All right, fuck everything else. I don't care how efficient it is. I don't care how how much I'm missing out on and blah blah blah. How slow it takes me. As long I play the game at my speed, I play it slow and I enjoy it, and that's all that truly matters. As long as you're having fun, you're not playing a game wrong, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's not that it's a bad game. The problem I have with it is the replayability of it just isn't there for me. Going through the storyline one good time, clearing all the bosses and the missions and the zones and experiencing it, and maybe grinding a little bit of gear to get, you know, some sort of play style together. It's cool. I don't hate it. But it's just like First Ascendant, Destiny 2, you know, all those other types of games that are very similar in that aspect. That it's just after I've gotten through the campaign, after I've done some of the dungeons and the storyline, gotten a build kind of started or whatever, I'm just like, what is there for me to do now? I don't have any like professions to farm. I don't have any like unique outfits or mounts or anything to like farm. What was my omniproc here? Shit. What? Sailing, gaming, refinery? Sailing. Okay, so gaming and refinery. And I know you guys are gonna be sitting in chat and be like, why are you going for zenithing your statues if you have such little drop rate? I understand, I get it. Efficiently speaking, it's not worth it. But it's just I've never focused on doing my statues ever. Like the 3-year-old account, I still have level 1 statues. Okay, let's just throw that out there. So I finally decided it's time to focus on my statues. Not the best time to focus on them, obviously, but you know, I mean, you do and you don't, right? The more drop rate you have, the more statues drop. Like the more often they drop, which means the faster you get to your million, so on and so forth. Now, I will say I will not be cluster farming because that requires a lot of drop rate to actually cluster farm. But I want to at least get majority of my statues to Zenith. Right? I finally onyxed them all like last month. I finally sat down and started working on that. I was like, all right, we're gonna onyx these bitches. So I onyxed everything except for World 7. And that was a feat in itself because I hadn't done that until just recently. And I still haven't leveled them. But I'm like, you know what? I was easily able to farm up 1,000,000 power statues and a couple other ones to 1,000,000. So I was like, you know what? If I can already farm up these things to 1,000,000 relatively easy, like I'm talking a couple weeks, you know, a week or two, then why not just zenith the ones that I can to get a little extra oomph out of it before I start leveling some of these? I feel like it's a waste of time, efficiently speaking, but at least I'm getting progress, right? At the end of the day, at least my account's getting some progress and something that is categorized in the auto review process as being early World 3. I know. Do you know how many people have come in here, Avalanche, that I said, bro, just give me your account for 24 hours and I will unfuck this shit. You will see some insane increases if you just give me your account for a day. It's so funny. Wait, why does it lock you out of your master classes? Is it because of like the specific bonus that's out right now or something? Yeah, for the dragon statue, you want the AFK gain rates. I get that one, but I was talking about for some of the other ones that you have to farm actively, right? Where you're killing like crystals and stuff like that, trying to spawn as many crystal mobs and stuff like that, where you're like DR farming with DK. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Like if you look at some of the higher level players, they're like, if you don't have at least 1,000 drop rate, don't even bother with anything your statues. And I agree with the sentiment, but I feel like you don't need 1,000 DR to get 1,000,000 statues. I feel like at 50 to 100 DR, it's easily doable as long as you're not just working on the statues. If you're also working on cranium cooking, or you're working on, you know, green stacking certain items, or upgrading certain bubbles from certain mats, like if you're working on more than one thing at a time, I don't think there's a problem with getting your 1,000,000 statues to Zenith, just to turn them into Zenith, right? Like I only have like 70 DR. Now we're talking fish it. Yeah, so the World 7 ones can suck it. I haven't even started on World 7 ones. Aw, Avalanche. Two times drops from master classes? Wait. What do you mean? Like the items that drop while you're using a master class is doubled? Or are we talking about like the tachyons and stuff? Alright, mate, I appreciate you. 70. Like 50 to 70 DR. Have a good one, mate. We'll be back around this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'll catch you then. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord as always. Appreciate you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, we got our new super bit. The spelunking one. More spelunking pow for 10 ways. That should give us a good jump. Now the question is, do I save up for the 200k one, or do I just start dumping into fertilizer? Like, and start juicing this out? Because I don't get a lot of bits currently. I get an okay amount, but I don't get a lot. Oh. Oh, is that what it says? Okay, yeah. So yeah, like you're gonna get double the amount of crystals or bones or moons or whatever. Yeah, that's actually sick though. But it also, like you said, it kind of means that you're not going to be actively playing on them for a week. Because you want to get those AFK things. Oh, that kind of does suck. Because I need a cranium cook. So that kind of cucks me. I mean, I don't hate that, but I kind of hate that. Like, I like it because for my Deathbringers or my Windwalker, you know, it's kind of nice to get the double the amount of the AFK currencies. But I never AFK on my AC. I'm always cranium cooking because I'm still so far behind in my cranium cooking and my alchemy compared to like most players at my stage that I can't stop. DK cluster farming pro, exactly, Snowy. That's what most people are probably going to end up doing. They're just going to not move off of the DK cluster farm. But I mean, like I said, I could DK farm for that week and just hold off on my cranium cooking, but I run out of my liquid so fucking fast that I at least have to cranium cook once or twice a day just to get my liquids back up to use my alchemy. So maybe that's what we do. We just log in, we do our cranium cook, and we go right back to DK farming, maybe? I don't know. That might be what we have to do for all next week. That's annoying. I would say it would probably so I think what it'll be, Blood, is it'll actually be a 4.56 times. So it'll say this is how many you would have obtained, multiply that by 4.56 times. So if you were to get 20, it would be 20 times 4.56. If lava does it right. So it'd be like 20 times 4.56. That's how it should be. It should take the base number of whatever you were to get from your AFK hours and multiply it by the mediocrity. That's what it should do. So then this would round down to 91. But knowing Lava, he's probably going to round these down. So it would instead be 20 times 4. So you're going to be missing out on like 11. Which sucks. Oh, I don't have those yet. So Snowy, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. First time chatter hanging out with us. Hope you're enjoying. We are not a hardcore efficient Eidolon player. We typically have this running in the background while we're streaming. We talk about it all the time. We help people out and answer noob questions. Even some middle game, you know, pretty much anybody before they get to late game. We help pretty much all those players out. Because I have the knowledge, I just don't play the game actively. I mostly just log in and claim my Omniprocs every day and just hyper focus on one item at a time while we chat about things. So for me, a lot of my stuff is not advanced, right? My alchemy is really far behind. My spelunking is really far behind, right? I don't take this game that seriously, right? So to put that in perspective, I don't have any of those items. So once I start getting them, then yeah, totally. That would definitely help me out because then I wouldn't have to be cranium cooking so much, which would be really nice. But till then, we're stuck cranium cooking. Double sailing. Oh, I finally made my lucky lad. Or my luckier lad, or whatever it's called. The red one. I finally made that. So I got rid of all my lucky lads and I put them on a filter to not show up anymore. So happy about that. So what I'm wondering, Avalanche, is what if you kept them AFK this whole week, knowing that next week it was going to be double? What if you kept them AFK that whole week and then claim the AFK come next week? Would you still get double from all the previous AFK hours? You're only World 3, Snowy? Oh, interesting. Wait. So, wait, what do you mean it's max of 48 hours? Is it max 48 hours per claim? So you can only AFK for a max of 48 hours to obtain those currently, like in general? What up, Bond? Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. I mean, I guess that's his way of preventing people from abusing this type of mediocrity, right? So if they know it's coming, they could AFK for 7 days, roughly, right? And be like, all right, I got 7 days built up. I'm gonna get 14 days worth and then another 14 days for the next week, right? Like, I could see people abusing it. So I could see there being a reason why it needs a cap, but kind of weird at the same time. Yeah, could you imagine, Vlad, if someone was like, they didn't play the game for a year, they finally come back, and then they're like, oh, hey, and they log in just on time? Bro, that would be insane. It's not abusing, in my opinion. I wouldn't even say it's taking advantage of game mechanics. I would purely say that you're using the game mechanics to your advantage, right? Because think about it. Yes, you are AFK for long periods of time to get double the amount of AFK tokens. So you're getting an advantage of double AFK tokens, but you also aren't taking advantage of Omniprocs. So you're not getting any other progression towards any of the other things that you can Omniproc on. And you're going very long periods of time without claiming their anvil or possibly worship or anything like, you know what I mean? I mean, technically worship is not a big deal because you can claim it from somebody else, but you see my point, right? Like, you're giving up some of your daily or, you know, hourly claims or whatever purely just to get extra AFK claims. You know, it just, I don't know, it's one of those things. Wait, Vaughn, you said it says double mediocrity claims for greater than 48 hours? Did you mean less than 48 hours? Because the one you wrote is greater. Less than is the other direction. So I wouldn't say it's an abuse. Because it's not like you can do it all the time. It's one of those, you see it, you're like, oh shit, we could AFK for a week, right? And it's just, like I said, it's not an abuse. It's something in the game that's a rolling buff that occasionally pops up that allows you to get a little extra claimage. Not a big deal. But like I said, you are giving up your daily Omniproc claims and stuff like that. You're right. Hey, that's huge. It's actually a good idea. All right, what we're doing? Did I claim this? All right, let's finish our Omniprocs. Oh, did you? Yeah, I've never actually thought about doing that. All right, we got sailing proc. I would just run into it. I never think about like paying attention to the weekly buffs. The only time I pay attention to weekly buffs is when we got like increased AFK gains so I can reprint. The only time I ever kind of pay attention to it. I'm never gonna get this fucking artifact, dude. I swear to God, I'm never gonna get it. It is a bit sweaty. And that's the thing, is like I don't ever do anything sweaty, sailing and cooking. I don't do sweaty, efficient, min-maxy bullshit ever in any game I play. I mean, I'll try to do some minimal min-maxing, try and benefit a little bit from it, but like I don't really try to do anything crazy. It's just not worth my time, not worth my effort to do any of that stuff. So I just play to have fun, man. I don't play to like be the best. I forgot to change this. In Minecraft? No. Now I did try to make like somewhat efficient farming plots inside of Minecraft, like the Hypixel, just so it was. It wasn't that it was because it gave me more resources per hour. I was doing it because it was easier to AFK, like to like turn my brain off. So I made a pathway that it was just easy just to hold one or two buttons and just farm, right? Without having to like do a whole lot of effort, moving my mouse around or do anything crazy. That's the only thing I ever did in Minecraft. But I know I did have certain locations that I like to farm at when it came to like mining and stuff. But I didn't have any like hard dedicated routes or anything that was min-max to the fullest. I didn't run any mods. I ran nothing like that. Like I was not very efficient. But when it comes to New World, on the other hand, I did create my own. I don't remember what my Omniproc was. Sailing? Okay. I did design my own iron route that I really like, and I even made a video on it. That took a lot of effort to figure out. But that was purely because I was just tired of just like people running the same routes as me and going to different zones that I didn't like and all this other miscellaneous stuff. All right. So we have currently finished almost all WoWs. We have a couple one-off WoWs to finish. Where would they be? I thought it was in here. Okay. So let's see here. So we have. So this is the Roots. This is the Mummy. This is Equinox. And then we have all World 7. Yeah, so I had a buddy of mine. We had I don't remember what mod it was, but there was bees and butterflies and stuff, and he was setting up bees to automate like lava production and some water production and a couple other productions. Bro, he had pipes going everywhere. He had bees funneling into bees, funneling into more bees. It was crazy. All right, so I think okay, so here's where we're at. So we got Doots, or yeah, Boops to work on still. We have Rift to work on still, and then we have World 7. So I think what we'll do is we will Do I have to kill these poops as well? Do these poop count as wows? Because I don't see them here. It's just interesting. They just don't show up on this list. That's why I was asking. I don't think so. Is there a way to show it? Like to enable it so I can see it? You think it's this thing? The mummy? Because this is the roots. This is the mummy one. And this one's Equinox, then this one's Ram, and then this is like World 7 stuff. Yeah, I just don't see it, and I don't know how to turn it on so I can see if I've completed it. I don't remember AFKing here, so that's fine. All right, we'll just go and do Rift and try and head to Boops every day. This will take like a day, if that. So we'll get this one done. This take like a half a day, roughly. All right, so we had sailing procs. Yeah, like I said, we did pretty good. We're almost done with all the wells. That's all I've been focusing on with him since he came out. Took me a long time to get all my wells done. I'm not candying. I don't really like candying. People are like, oh, just go use candy. Just use candy. Yeah, candy. Hey, you know you got candy, right? You know you can candy that, right? Hey, you know candy? That thing called candy, you know? Like, bro, people say it so much, I just want to punch them in the face. Just like, I refuse to use candy just because of how much people tell me to use it. Sailing refinery. Almost up to 800K. I mean, that's the thing too, Vlad, is I feel like it's best used in the end game. But I feel like I'm so far behind, using candy just isn't viable for me. They're like, oh, why don't you just go in candy? It'll be over in like 10 seconds. And I go and I use one candy. They're like, let's talk about Golden Food Farm, right? They're like, oh, yeah, just go here and just use one or two candies and you'll have it done. I go there and I get like 20 to 30 golden food. I'm like, damn, guys, I'm going to get that done so fast using candy. Holy shit, you were right. Like, bro, go fuck yourself. Exactly. Like, not saying that candies aren't a good way to fix something or to complete something quickly so you don't have to deal with it. There is a place to use candy. But I have a problem with justifying using a candy when my goal is to get a certain drop, X amount of it, and I'm getting negligible amounts, right? Like if I need 100,000 of an item and I'm getting 50 to 100 of them, it's not worth using a candy. Like that's where I get really annoyed, right? People like, just use candy, man. Just go fucking use candy. Or I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to farm golden foods. Like, oh, just go do Coliseum. And I'm like, okay. So I go and try and do the Coliseum, and I get like 5 golden food, and they're like, oh, well, it works for me. I'm like, yeah, because everybody's account's different. Just because that's where you can go and get, a shit ton of golden food because you have ridiculous damage and ridiculous fucking drop rate doesn't mean everybody can do that. They're like, well, 5-head, why don't you get better drop rate? Okay, motherfucker. Nothing hours? Oh my god, bro. I was watching G the other night, and I know like G talks about it all the time and people always make fun of him for it, but I took a screenshot of it. This motherfucker had like 140 something thousand nothing hours and still no nothing trophy. It was hilarious. He's like ranked in the top 5 or something in nothing hours, and he still doesn't have the nothing trophy. I'm trying to find it, see if it's still in here. Like I think he's convinced it doesn't exist. I feel bad for him. It's just so much AFK hours, and he's gotten nothing. He hasn't gotten the trophy yet. Yeah, right here, look at this. 156,000 hours. He's at 170 now. Yeah, I took a screenshot the other day. It was 156,000 hours and still no nothing trophy. Crazy. It's fucking crazy, bro. I can't believe he still hasn't got the fucking trophy. It's nuts. So you said the top person is 205? Like, do they not have the nothing trophy as well, Avalanche? Or are they just farming it to be just rank 1? Just because they can. Oh my god, did they really snow? That I love his community. Like obviously you guys are part of his community as well. I just love going to his streams because they are so trolly to him. And I love it because he feeds into it, he likes it, he enjoys it, you know, he has fun with it. He gaslights them back. And it's such a good back and forth banter. I actually love his streams. I'm so glad he's back. He's such an entertaining streamer. But jeez, man, that's hilarious. Alright. So what do we do now? Omniprocs are claimed. I think that's it for the day. I think we go back to AC farming. Oh, I know what I want to do. Hold on. All right, now that I got a few of you smart people in the chat, I'm going to ask you a quick question because I heard this and I'm reading between the lines a little bit and I want to confirm if this is a valid option or if there's a better option. So, give me a second. Let me claim these clicky clicks real quick. I'm going to run out of liquid real quick. I'm going to have to go cranium quick to fix this. So. All right, Um. Where is? Thinking I need to add in more of the. I think I need to add in more of these. I'm just worried I'm going to run out. So 1, 2, 3. I think I can go. I think 4 is a good number. Mainly because if I empty it via Archer procs, I won't actually fully empty my storage. So Oh yeah, Avalanche. Sometimes the banter is super toxic, like crazy toxic. Sometimes I just have to like just turn off my brain and not listen to it because it is ridiculous sometimes. Um, yeah. So basically, we're trying to finish up those. Let's go check traps really quick. I think our traps are good for now. Yeah. So they just claimed. That's gonna take a while. We're trying to get this one done. So I would say in a couple more days, I think I get like 100 mil every 2 days, maybe closer to 150 mil every 2 days. So this will be done in a couple of days, probably like 4 or 5 days, or 4 or 6 days, and then we can switch over to the next one, which I think is blobfish. That'll only take probably 4 days max, probably, and then we'll move down to honkers and then work our way down the list. So that's that. And then I'm hoping to get this done. This is probably gonna take like a month. And then we'll switch over to God Shards after that. And I gotta work on World 7 still. Oh, we're so close to this. Oh, we might need to go farm a little bit more of this with somebody. We get another 13. I wanted to ask something. Oh, yeah. So when it comes to the Kruk file, is it the Kruk file? Yeah. This resource, and obviously this goes for any other resources that are Splunking based. I heard a little rumor that the best way to farm this is to, not this one specifically, but in general, when it comes to these resources, is to basically just do like the first 10-inch floors or whatever, like, and then take a rope out and then rinse and repeat. Like just do the first top few floors. But I've also heard that the deeper you go, the more you get. So it's better to go deeper because you get more for going deeper than you would if you were just to spam the top few floors. So I guess that's my question. Which one's better? Oh, are you talking about the bars, Avalanche, about doing 2-minute claims? I was thinking about doing 2-minute claims. The problem is I will run out of ores too fast with 2-minute claims. I have to wait on my hourly print to kick in so I don't run out. Or at least every 2 hours or something like that. I know, Bobby. It's just I'm so lazy when it comes to changing my title. Yeah, so I mean I feel bad for doing it, but at the same time I can't be bothered to change it. Yeah, that's what I figured. Avalanche. I just wasn't sure which one was the better method, right? Deeper or shallow. All right. Yeah, I can hold a little bit snowy, but not a lot. I think I can hold 9 mil or something like that. 8 mil, 9 mil. I mean, I could do something to make it bigger. Oh, 700K, sorry. So I thought it was a mil, but yeah, it's like 700K on this guy. I could obviously put on prayers and some other miscellaneous things to increase that, but I'm too lazy for that shit. Let's just say I haven't touched my prayers since 2 years ago, before I did TD. Like, this is okay. Look at this. These are all the prayers that most of my characters have. Honestly, I don't even know why I have this one on. I don't even remember turning that one on. But all my characters basically have Steel Dimwit, Royal Sampler, and Titan. And they don't even have anything else on. Also, I think I'm finally at a point where I can turn off Royal Sampler. So I think we're going to, on the next reprint, we're going to turn off Royal Sampler on all our characters. Like, I don't need to, but why not? I don't need it, right? Oh, I got you, Avalanche. Yeah, so if I get close, I can just go in and like fix it so it just starts working like sooner than later. Yeah, I'm in that same boat, Snowy. You say you're in World 3, right? If I'm being honest, man, like reprinting is such a big pain in the ass, but in the early stages, it matters a lot more. Because going from a 300 print to a 400 print is a huge difference. Going from a 400 to a 600, going from a 600 to a 900, it's a huge increase in your hourly slash weekly intake of resources for account progression. It'll scale so fast if you do like weekly prints or bi-weekly prints. So what I like to tell people to do is every Sunday do a reprint, but rotate your prints between, like, do mining week 1, and then week 2 maybe do your fishing, and then week 3 do your catching, and then week 4 do your logs, and then rinse and repeat that every week. You know, week 1, then week 2, then week 3, then week 4. And it sucks because you're reprinting every week, which is annoying, but you're not reprinting everybody. You're only reprinting a couple people, and so you're doing like 2 or 3 people every week. And yes, it resets those bonuses for your prints, these things over here. But at your stage, when there's such little amounts anyway, you're getting less than thousands or less than 100,000. The percentage multipliers aren't going to make much of a difference to you in the grand scheme of things. It's better to get the incremental increasement every week or every 4 weeks on each one. So I feel like it's a good option for newer players until they hit the million prints. Once you hit the million prints, then you can wait a little bit longer between prints. You can do it once a month, or you can wait for ballots to hit the right ballots for bigger prints. But I feel like until you start getting above the 1 mil prints, it's better to do weekly prints, or at least, you know, rotating weekly prints. That way you get incremental increasements, because the thing is, like, every print, like, you know, this is copper, so increasing your copper print every week means that you can juice out your strength bubble even more, right? Getting your log prints, so you can juice out your, once again, your skilling for mining prints will go up. Catching, so you can get to your max multiplying of ores, right? Fishing, so you can get to your max multiplier of that. Mining, once again, to get even more skill efficiency. It's like every time you increase one of your prints, it helps with some of your alchemy orbs somewhere down the line to increase your prints even further the next week. That's why I usually recommend people to do that. Yeah, that's what I thought of. Like, just the one, because I do splunking once a day. I go for one deep run once a day, and I just call it a day. I don't really try hard. I don't really do anything crazy. So yeah, I'm just curious if I wanted to somewhat try to be a little bit more efficient and try to get that bubble leveled up, should I go for shorter ones or longer ones? And I'm just gonna go with longer at this point. So you trying to get the .1 tome? Are you investing into deodorant at this point, Avalanche? It is snowy, switching your gear every time to try and do prints, and you always forget something. Whether it's star signs, which you don't really need to. I mean, at your stage you probably have to do, but switching your star signs, switching your cards and your preset, and making sure things are booked, or your just overall gear itself, what foods you have equipped. It's just there's so much that's so annoying. You probably bought them, Avalanche, from the gym shop, right? When in doubt, just talk me. You're not wrong, Flavi. It's so funny too. Like I feel bad. Romy, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for stopping on in. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you. It's so funny. Like you watch IE reviews from like Griffey and some of the other people, and without even looking at someone's account, if they're like, "Hey, can you look at my account and tell me what I need to work on to progress?" Without even looking at it, all you have to do is say, "Work on your alchemy, work on your stance, work on your statues." Literally, all you have to say, and you will not be wrong. Because Croc. It's funny. But I mean, at the same time, Avalanche, you need to work on alchemy to get Croc running, right? You still need to work on this. You need to juice this bitch out. Get your bubbles per day up. You still need to work on alchemy to work on alchemy. When doubt, crunk it up. Alright, guys. We're about almost 40 minutes past the end of normal stream time. Might be getting off here. I wanted to make up for time from yesterday where I logged off early because my computer crashed. But 7K bubbles a day? Jeez. That's insane. Bro, I get like 30. So, I don't want to hear it. You're getting past G-Mush. Oh, that's fucked. Alright, we're trying to get this next unlock. Alright, well, I think that's it, guys. Is there any questions, concerns, thoughts, processes, or anything that you want to talk about, or anything before we jump off here? If any of you are new and haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask, don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. Also, we do have a VODs channel, so if you ever missed a stream or want to catch up on a stream or rewatch a stream or something like that, feel free to chime in over there. And if you do go over there and chime in over there, please help me out over there if you can. I'd appreciate it. Thought processes are weird, all confused. I know. We're always all confused, man. But I appreciate y'all for being here. Thanks for helping me out. Thanks for chatting with me, hanging out, chilling. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day. I'm going to be working the next couple days, so I won't be back till Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday night. We'll be back on New World, and then in and off with some Eidolon at the end of the stream like usual, but it is what it is. Broomy, thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. DK is the answer. Always the answer. Bob, you don't have DK yet? Why not? Didn't I tell you the other day? Main focus. Pick one character and always have that character pushing nonstop while the other 9 characters do side content for you. Not hard. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Have a good time. If you need me in the meantime, hit me with the Discord. And yeah, check out the bots channel. I'd appreciate it. And if you need me in the meantime, at me in the Discord. See ya. Bye. Thank you. Have a good day. Talk to you later. Friend power with big power. Yeah, you need that big dick friend power. All right, guys. Bye. See you.